Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the December 19th Lawrence City Commission meeting. And to get it started off, I'll have Sherry go ahead and give us the rundown.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. To minimize distractions during the meeting, please silence your cell phone. For those attending virtually, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute virtual participants. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Those participating virtually should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat. All chats go directly to the meeting host. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. All right, to go ahead and get us started off, I'll start with item A, to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. I have a motion.
Move to approve the agenda.
Second that motion.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0, none opposed. Okay, moving us on to item B, public comments. Before I read the rundown for public comment, I know there are some folks here who are, probably want to talk about the Middle East conflict, and I just wanted to go ahead and provide a statement before that, just to go ahead and give some clarification. The City of Lawrence is actively working to advance our mission by creating a community where all enjoy life and feel at home. We aim to protect every member of our community, including our Muslim, Jewish, and Arab community members. It is our responsibility to do everything in our power to promote understanding, foster empathy, and work to dispel stereotypes and biases that have perpetuated this disastrous conflict in the Middle East. To that end, as stated in a previous meeting, we are having conversations with respective parties regarding future language that we hope to have concluded by the beginning of next month. So I just want to go ahead and let everybody know that, and I will go ahead and start with the description of public comment. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The Commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the Commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Each person is limited to 3 minutes for comments. All right, who would like to begin?
Hello, my name is Philistine Afani Ruzek, also known as Fali Afani with Rally for Palestine, and I'd like to use this public comment to thank both the city commissioners and the city staff for communicating with us over the last couple of months regarding a resolution. There is a draft of a resolution. It has been discussed, amended, looked at amongst commission members and staff, and we would like to know where the City Commission stands on specifically the resolution. I would also like to thank Mayor Littlejohn for the statement at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment in the room? Okay.
Hello, my name is Tron, and this is my public comment. I originally came here tonight to air out my anger and my frustration, but pointing fingers would only further divide this city in the already divided states of America. Yes, I have my grievances with Johnny's Tavern, Lawrence Memorial Hospital, the LCS shelter, the people who run the camp behind Johnny's, the library security staff, and the fraternities of KU. But instead of ranting and raving about all the things they did wrong, I'd like to implore the city commissioners to think twice if they have not done so already. Municipality has a responsibility to serve the people of a given city, must weigh the demands of the citizens, businesses, and the people who live in it. While in a college town like this, they must also show their support to universities that sustains them. In return, the university appeases the businesses that sustain them. I heard this concept firsthand from an ex-professor of KU. And no, what I said was not grammatically incorrect. This ex-professor, who was a brother, as well as a neighbor of my neighbor, Mr. Bourne, he begged me, I now beg of you, ask questions. Don't accept the thing for the status quo. Question everything. And if big business, which is only a conglomerate of small businesses, try to shut you down, question. Because until we, the people, ask the questions, learn in the process, coming to a deeper understanding for the status quo, learning acceptance, only then can we, as America's dream, fix the issues we have and make the country united in our indifferences. Having that safe city, county, country, and state, where everyone feels safe and secure, but most importantly, respected and heard. In parting, I would like to say, thank you, commissioners, for serving our city.
Okay. Seeing as there's no public comment? No.
My name is Dr. Justin Spees. In July of 2021, I started a protest against a mask mandate in USD 497, a child mask mandate. And my message was simple, that it was child abuse. You all put in a mask mandate requirement for children beginning at age 2 during COVID. I came across this article and I want to read it to show you all how wrong you were for masking children during COVID, and that it was child abuse. The name of the study is Child Mask Mandates for COVID-19, a systematic review published in the Archives of Disease in Childhood on December 2nd, 2023. In this systematic review, 16 studies found no effect of mask wearing on infection or transmission, while 6 studies reporting a protective association had critical or serious risk of bias. In this systematic review on benefits of child masking against COVID, the largest studies with the lowest risk of bias did not identify a benefit from masking. The study with the most robust internal control showed no benefit from a mask mandate. Observational studies reporting a negative association between masking and COVID-19 rates have failed to demonstrate a benefit when confounding factors have adequately been considered. Larger observational studies, including a regression discontinuity analysis and a more robust reanalysis of a prior publication, as well as other observational studies, failed to find benefit of masking against COVID-19. Observational studies have also failed to find an association between voluntary mask wearing among adults in schools and lower odds of COVID-19 in the schools. An extensive body of research has found harms associated with mask wearing or mask requirements in children. These associated harms include negative impacts on speech, language, and learning. Last I checked, that's child abuse. Mask wearing causes reduced word identification and impedes the ability to teach and evaluate speech. Child abuse. There is a link between observation of the mouth and language processing, and people of all ages continue to focus on the mouth when listening to non-native speech. Mask wearing may also impact mental health and social emotional well-being by limiting the ability to accurately interpret emotions, particularly in younger children. Child abuse. There is also evidence that masks hinder social emotional learning and language literacy development in young children. Child abuse. Misinterpretation of facial expressions increases anxiety and depression in individuals. Child abuse. School environments with mask mandates were also found to have increased anxiety levels compared to those without mandates. Child abuse. So that's the science. We were saying it all along. It was clear as day and just got dismissed as some crazy motherfucker. But I was right.
Hi, my name is Willow Novich. After I sat at home watching footage of previous committee meetings, I noticed one phrase stuck in my mind: not germane to city business. I was confused and concerned by it. 20,000 dead and not germane. Community members grieving and not germane. I asked myself what you could possibly be thinking to justify the callous censure of your constituents concerning something ultimately crucial to our own health and livelihoods. Do you think that suffering is bound by geographical borders? Do you think that hate, once finding any particular time or place to start its spread, later finds some natural limit at which it graciously recedes? No, all oppression is connected because all people are connected. Maps will never be meters by which we, the people you claim to serve, call you to measure the relevancy of our interests. Your lip service to justice means as much to me as did the progress flag affixed to the back door of the local restaurant who discriminated against me as an employee and whose owner now labels people with no shelter a nuisance and lobbies for the destruction of their homes. Are we a nuisance to you for caring about the most vulnerable members of our global society? Are we a nuisance to you for not pretending that our lives are not tied up with theirs? Justice is not a cake which you can slice up at your leisure. If you will not denounce this genocide, then you serve no one except those who manufacture it. Thank you.
Hi, I am August Roanoke, here speaking on behalf of Alchemy Roanoke, who luckily for y'all couldn't come, so here we go. On October 7th, 2023, Palestinian resistance fighters broke out of the concentration camp that the fascist Israeli government forced them into. Since then, the Zionist state has retaliated by speeding up an all-out genocide against the Palestinian people. Thousands of Palestinians have been massacred by Israel in a matter of months, many of them children. Most of us are old enough to remember the US invasion of Iraq. That was based on lies. Years later, we found out that those were lies, but by then it was already too late. The Zionist genocidal state is doing the same thing now. You know what they say about fooling us twice. They have been told to try nonviolence, to do Gandhi, to quote the authors of Decolonize Palestine. They've tried this before many times. Gandhi was shot or Gandhi was ignored. During the Great March of Return in 2018, peaceful marchers were shot by Israeli snipers. Where do we draw the line? It doesn't matter if Palestinians protest peacefully or if they take up arms against their oppressors. The fact of the matter is that the Zionists want them gone. Do not use one genocide to justify another. Call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rowan Shing. I'm a resident of Lawrence, Kansas. I just wanted to pop over quickly to say that I'm also again in support of the passage of a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. And also, again, just bringing up the topic of transportation for homeless folks to the shelter on Sundays. I know it's coming up to the point where they're supposed to start being on-demand transportation on Sundays, but also even on other days so far, the on-demand transportation often takes a really long time. At night, I know like several of my friends have reported like a lot of situations where if you just order a ride, it takes over an hour to show up or doesn't even give you an option all night. So I imagine that could also be an issue for people if they're needing to seek shelter, and that's an issue that should be addressed. And then I also just wanted to ask y'all to please have Chuck resign from the LCS Board of Directors because he does not seem to have the interests of the people LCS is supposed to be serving at heart. Thank you for your time.
Just to let everybody know, we'll be talking about LCS later in the agenda, so.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I also want to say I appreciate the mayor's comments before, but I kind of do have a small problem in that I rewatched the December 5th meeting, and it sounded like there should have been something in the city manager's report by now. And it just got me thinking, like, if this was something about getting the homeless out of downtown, this would have been rushed through, and you have had something by now. It just seems like when it's if it's a leftist initiative, it just seems to take longer to get through. And this isn't something complicated. It's just like, what, a statement saying that it's genocide? I mean, I appreciate you taking the time to do the work, but I don't think it should be taking this much time. And also, I have a separate issue. I just want to say, when it comes to this is a first world problem, basically. So earlier this week you did that ribbon cutting for the 23rd and Haskell being opened, and I saw it in the paper. And I didn't really read it all through, and basically on Thursday I went down that way, and it was still closed. And I just want to suggest that you don't have these grand openings and make these things in the paper where it's like you're celebrating the opening and it's still closed. Like, wait until it's actually opened until you do like a publicity thing about it being open. So I just, it's something minor, but just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment in the room? All right. Sherry? Oh, okay.
There's no public comment on Zoom.
Okay. All right, I will bring us back. All right. Next item, the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for a separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Would anyone on the commission like to pull anything from the consent?
Yeah, I have got 3 items at the request of the community member. C6D, C8A, and C8B.
Okay. All right, anyone else?
No, sir.
All right, if that's the case, then I would entertain, I'm sorry. Anybody from the public would like to pull the quasi-judicial item? Seeing no one in here. Sherry, anybody online?
No, Mayor.
Okay. All right, then I would entertain a motion then.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of C6D, C8A, C8B.
Second.
All right, I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 5-0. It passes without opposition. All right, Commissioner Larson.
Yeah, C6D, I'll start with that. If the gentleman would like to speak to what he wanted to talk about on that, come on up.
Yes, my name is David Baston, and I had a few questions regarding this. I know reading through the contract for purchasing these, I see that our trade-in value on the 2 pieces of equipment that we're trading off is kind of we'll just take one. I think it was Unit 643. I called the place that are going to be receiving these, and it looks like that particular piece we're getting $130,000 for, and they're going to be selling it for $299,000, because I called them and asked them how much it was to purchase it. So they said they were going to do some checking some stuff out, but, and rebuilding anything that needs it. But again, I mean, that's what? It's, yeah, way more than we're getting out of it. And then the other piece of equipment, it shows we're getting $40,000 for in a trade-in. And just before I came over, I looked one up with less miles than that that's selling for $250,000. So my point is, instead of just trading them in for a lower amount, are we checking, or is it feasible? I know we have a lot of equipment and we sell some of that equipment on Purple Wave and so forth, but would it benefit us to pay somebody to sell these a salary and just have that department? And I mean, just in that one piece of equipment, if we were to get what they're asking for, I mean, that's what, $230 or whatever, $230,000 for just one piece of equipment. So that was what I wanted to say on that. And then I didn't know if, it's just a question I have on that. What's the price difference of just buying these with a diesel engine as opposed to having them all electric? Is that a huge price? And, you know, what is that saving in carbon? I don't see that in any of the reports or anything, and I don't know if anybody even checks that. So that's all I had to say on that. Thank you.
Okay. Staff?
Yep. Staff, would you be able to answer, I believe the chief is on, would you be able to answer what Mr. Baston was questioning there?
Good morning, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, sorry. Rich Lellan, Fire Chief for Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical. Mr. Baston was correct on those two price points for the trade-ins. We do sell those to, or trade those in to our vendor, who then passes them to, in this case, Brindley Mountain, which is the reseller. And there's an established price based on a formula that Brindley Mountain has that is paid directly to our vendor. So we don't see that money. It's a direct pass through from Brindley to Conrad Fire Equipment in this case. I do have our vendor on if you'd be interested in hearing from him. His name's Roger Brown. But we were talking about this earlier today. The company does do a full refurbish of those apparatus prior to selling, so it's top to bottom. I'd be happy to have him come on if you'd be interested in hearing about that process from him.
Sure.
Okay. Roger, are you able to unmute and come on?
Is he talking?
Looks like he's not sure how to get on, so I think it's maybe the first time. All right, so he's not able to get on. The vehicles do a top to bottom refurb, and so I couldn't comment as eloquently as he can on what goes into that, but they are in dire need of that. They spend a lot of time in our shops, so they're definitely ready to move on. And so that's the process that we've historically gone through with those trade-ins. Regarding the question on the vehicles, the other vehicles, we would need to get a price for an equivalent engine with a diesel power plant. The diesel electric, and that's what these are, we refer to them as electric, but they're a diesel electric hybrid, are more expensive than just a straight diesel. We are approaching these purchases from a couple different angles. One is employee health and the health of our community. Diesel engines do put out a significant amount of exhaust. Early in my career, worked in a station that had subway tiles on the walls and no good exhaust system. in the station. Once a year, we would clean the exhaust off the walls and the regs would turn black. That was what we were exposed to within there. We do have exhaust systems here in Lawrence, so we provide a healthier environment, but these do remove the exhaust from our stations and the exhaust from our employees' work environment. According to Roger, he just texted me, they will save about 1,500 gallons of fuel per month. So we're excited also for those cost savings. And we can get an exact, I imagine we could get a duplicate price for you to show what the additional cost is for the diesel electric hybrid. And then the other text that he just sent me is based on the price of the two apparatus that we're trading in. He indicates that that's the fair market value for what they are when we turn them over to our vendor. But I hope that answers the questions that you might have had.
Yeah. Well, it's Commissioner Larson.
Yeah. I think we're good. We're good.
Okay, we're good. And also, if you could have Roger go ahead and just send us, kind of what they do when they go ahead and refurbish it as well, since he wasn't able to get on. I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely, I'll do that.
Mayor, I have a question for the chief.
Sure.
Hey, Chief, this is Commissioner Sellers. Just have a couple of quick questions in regards to the two apparatus that we're trading in and the ones that we're getting. So the two units that we're trading in, are those electric or are they straight diesel?
Those are straight diesel apparatus.
Okay. And then the two that we're getting that are a hybrid but are electric, are these the first two units that are in our whole entire fleet? Or what percentage of our fleet is all diesel and all electric, which is hybrid?
In terms of suppression apparatus, we are currently 100% diesel. These will be the first hybrid electric engines, I believe, in the state of Kansas.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Make a motion?
Yep.
I'll make a motion.
We'll need to.
Oh, public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yes. Public comment? Sherry online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to us.
Mayor, I was just going to ask a question related to what we just spoke about. I think it's normal for the public to want to see these kind of transfers from pure fossil fuel to either hybrid, diesel electric, or electric full scale, depending on the vehicles. And I think it's important for them to know what the options are when we're talking about IC engines. So if we can maybe have that information in the future, just so, because I had the same question when I read through the notes. I kind of did some of my own research, but I think it's important for people to know what the cost difference is between a straight up diesel hybrid and a regular diesel. And the city had quite a bit of experience with the diesel hybrids, similar with the bus system. So I feel like this is not a leap in technology. We're not on the bleeding edge. It's not going to hurt us, and I think it does meet some of our sustainability goals, and that's important. But I think the public, I've had other people asking me what the difference was as well. So
Okay.
I think it's something to try to procure that information ahead of time so that people can see what the trade-offs are and the relative fuel economy as well.
I agree. It goes forward towards, also with the question from Commissioner Sellers, to, providing evidence of progress we're making in sustainability in terms of transitioning our fleet from diesel to hybrid or renewables.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other further discussion?
I was just going to say, I appreciate the good commissioner bringing that up. I feel like this is a deja vu, and I don't know if it's more of a euphoric deja vu or more of a headache deja vu, because we've had this conversation before when it came to the transit hub on Bob Billings, and what came from that conversation was our MSO department creating a sustainability policy within their unit. And one of the things that I said during that meeting, and I'm going to continue to say it until I guess someone other than me on the commission decides to want to, direct staff to do things that elected officials direct staff to do, is that we're talking about things that relate to policy. And what we're asking staff is to be accountable for something that they are not, that is a value add, but is not within the scope of what they are called to do. So it's like someone doing something and then you being upset that they didn't give you the information, but that information was not required in the scope. So if we want this information to be a part of bidding process, reviewing for trade-in values, because we have sustainability listed in our strategic plan, then at some point, this commission will need to figure out a way to have a conversation and how to direct staff across all departments to create a sustainability policy, and where do those things come up, whether it's in the bidding process, if it's in trade-ins, if it's in reviews. Because I'm kind of tired of us doing this to staff every time something comes up. And we should have, this is about transparency, and I don't disagree with that at all. Mr. Baston has been very diligent in wanting to make sure his government is working for him, and that the tax dollars, we're being good fiscal stewards of the tax dollars. And what things that that come to pass is whether or not how we're using that, if we're being transparent about it, and if what does that look like as it relates to sustainability. And each time we have staff come up here and say, well, does it do this? Does it do this? But that's not part of their normal process. So if we want that to be part of the process, part of the system, then we as commissioners need to come together and figure out what that looks like, and use our wonderful city manager as a pass-through, because we can only talk to one other person, but what'll be one all out, and we can figure that out. But then if that's something that the commission wants to do and wants to see our departments do, then let's create a policy on where that needs to come up at and have them do the due diligence, instead of us spending time saying, oh, well, you know, they should have did this and they should have did this. Yeah, they should have, but that needs to be part of the process. And if we want that to be part of the process, then we need to say it, instead of using it as a back-end way of saying, oh, yeah, they should look into this. Well, if we know that they should, then let's make it part of their process. So I appreciate the chief coming on and explaining that. I knew this was going to come up, and as soon as it was pulled off of consent, I knew why it was going to be pulled off. And I just wanted to take this opportunity yet again, commissioners, if this is something that's important to us, then let's make it part of the process and not continue to do staff like this and say, oh, well, you should have included this in the beginning. No, they shouldn't have, because they weren't required to. And it's not part of their process.
Any
Nothing
further discussion?
No.
I'll go ahead and make a motion.
All right.
Action to approve the purchase of 2 replacement electric fire trucks from Conrad Fire Equipment utilizing the HGAC cooperative contract.
So moved.
First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And none opposed, I hear. So
Abstain,
Oh.
because that wasn't a proper motion and second, so I abstained.
Okay. All right. 4-0. 0-1, sorry. And I believe the second item is C8A, correct?
Yep. And again, Mr. Baston asked that to be pulled.
Yeah, on this, I know you guys voted on this last week, and I'm sure it was approved. I left right before that, but I know I brought up in the past about finding ways that we can lower our tax burden and so forth, and it was expressed by a few people that, yeah, we need to start looking at some things, and I was just wanting to know, as it regards to this, is when are we going to start looking at these things that I know it's pretty minuscule on the amount that it's going up, but it's still going up. So I just, it was a quick question on when are we going to start looking at things that can reduce our tax burdens and our budget in general. So that's kind of a weird statement, lower the taxes, which affects the budget, but on that, this specific thing, I know it kind of battles each other, but that's basically what I wanted to bring up with that specific one. When are we going to start looking into lowering our taxes? Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Larson, you...
Any question? Yeah, I don't have any questions.
Sir.
Any questions you might have of staff? I would direct to Craig. It's part of the budget process, right, overall, or, kind of our outlay for the next fiscal year?
That's correct. Budget process, and we did talk about what's included in the budget, our expenditures, what the progress is made on strategic plan, what kind of resources we need, what are our priorities. We've started to add a lot of communication tools into our budget process. We're going to be doubling down on those this year so that people can engage with us in a way that helps them better understand what's contained in the budget and ultimately reconcile a lot of competing values, which might be lowering taxes, but then we need the handles to see what are we going to reduce, what services do we start to curtail to do some of that work. So that is what the budget process is for, and we intend to make it very, very open and engaging. But I'm also happy to answer any level of detail of question that we have in what we've got planned in the budget and the way we execute the budget over the course of the year.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, I'll open up for public comment. Not seeing any here. Sherry, any online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bringing it back. Okay. Any discussion?
No, sir.
All right,
Mayor, real quick.
Yep.
Just a thought for this upcoming year. I know we did the budget simulation this year, and we got quite a few people that participated in it. Could we potentially run like two simultaneously, where we did one if we wanted to reduce the mill, and then the simulation had to be, how do we make things fit within a reduced mill? So we can do one, I know we did it based on removing items from different departments. Is there a way that we can preset it to just say this is, if we all said we were going to reduce our budget by 2 mills, is there a way to have one that is preset to, so folks could navigate that simulation based on a reduced mill?
Yes, if you're talking about the balancing act exercise, you would all just say, we're all going to have to reduce a mill or reduce 2 mills, and you can actually do that. You could say this is the target, and you'd have to come in, because it does allow you to reduce the budget. But you have to make service reductions to get to that number. So that's all you do is say, we're going to have to
I guess my question is, how many people were doing the balancing act knew that, okay, by reducing this, I'm reducing, I know it was in there, but I mean, how many people consciously knew?
It forces, I mean, it's the name and the title forces it, the balancing act. You have to balance the budget.
I get
it forces
that.
it.
What I'm saying is that it's not worth talking about offline. 2 things. 2024 pre-filed Senate bills and resolutions. There were 2 bills that were pre-filed for the upcoming legislative session. Senate Bill 327, which is short title, which is not really short, excluding Social Security payments from household income and increasing the appraised value threshold for eligibility for seniors and disabled veterans related to increased property tax homestead claims, and citing this section as the Golden Years Homestead Property Tax Freeze Program. And then there's Senate Concurrent Resolution 1613. Short title is proposing to amend the Constitution of the State of Kansas to decrease the assessed value for real property used for residential purposes to 10.5% for 2025, 9.5% for 2026, and each year thereafter. So might be worth having staff track those, see if they get any movement and traction in this upcoming legislative session. I have no other comments.
Okay.
Nothing else, I'll make a motion. Move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10022.
Second.
First and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
opposed? Hearing none. 5-0. I believe,
Item B.
what is it? C8B?
Same.
Same.
Same. Yeah, you want to come up and talk about that?
This was basically the same thing with the
Okay.
taxes, but we've got that on there. I did have a question. Had some people that were, this relates to like the roll-offs and stuff that we have that the city takes out. And I had a couple other companies that were wanting to do some of that business here, and they were told that the city's the only people that can do that. So I was just wanting to know, and they were wanting to know, why is that the case? I mean, if we don't have competition out there, it's kind of more like a monopoly. So that's was just one of my questions that I was wondering. There are a couple other people that do it, but I don't know if they're grandfathered in because they've been doing it for a long time. But some people that want to do that said they couldn't when they got a hold of the city. So that was just a question in there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Would we have anybody on to go ahead and speak to roll-offs?
I can make a general comment, and I'm sure that there's some staff monitoring this, but so we do offer solid waste services as a governmental function that we do have done for a long time here in this community. There are cities that are completely open market. That's a very different proposal than what we have here. So for us to be the exclusive provider of trash services, including roll-offs, it gives us some assurance of the market conditions, and it allows us to plan for those expenditures, but it also keeps multiple companies off of our roads. So usually communities that do this, they usually want a single set of trucks in a single operation. It's not to mean that we couldn't do it like a lot of other cities do. They have open competition and they have hybrids too. So those are possibilities. But if you're concerned about rates going up, then losing a portion of that market when we haven't planned an open market will be definitely probably have a rate impact, if I understood your question right. So it's something we can consider, but it is quite an undertaking to open a market once it's been a government-provided service.
Okay. Any further questions?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll take it to public comment. Any further public comment? All right. Sherry, online?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Any discussion? All righty.
I'll make a motion. Adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10021.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any. 5-0. All right. That moves us on to our next section, E, regular agenda items. So the first one, consider proposed funding agreement with the Lawrence Community Shelter, LCS, for the operations of the LCS Emergency Shelter in the village in the amount of $2,677,699 and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager, for the record. The item before you is a funding agreement, proposed funding agreement that city staff and Lawrence Community Shelter Board of Directors and staff have been working on for some time now. And it is based on the Lawrence Community Shelter's proposed 2024 budget. Looking forward to next year and taking into account current known factors into the budget. And so the funding request for the city from LCS is that amount that you just read, the $2.68 million essentially. And what we think we accomplish with this funding agreement actually is rooted in the work that we did some goal setting around almost exactly this time last year. You might remember it was this time last year that the City Commission received and approved a ARPA plan for the use of the 8-something million. I'll forget the specific amount, but it is in the memo of ARPA funds that the city received. And so one of the major goals with that was to invest in expanded capacity for emergency sheltering. And the specific project was the Pallet Shelter Village project. So we are now 1 year of effort, and it has not been without significant challenges, obviously. But happy to say that the Pallet Shelter Village is constructed. And this, I think, represents a major next step in moving towards being able to open and start sheltering some of our community members experiencing homelessness at that particular site. So that's one of the major goals that this accomplishes. Another major goal was to support Lawrence Community Shelter to expand their capacity at their primary campus. In the memo and in the agreement, we call this the emergency shelter. And so we have supported LCS, and they have been sheltering about 125 a night for the last several weeks, and we think that this funding agreement will provide the resources needed to continue that over the next year. A third primary goal that we were working on this time last year was to develop a lead operator and a more consistent plan for winter emergency sheltering. LCS has stepped up to do that with support from the city to try to make their facility lay out a little bit safer to provide that surge capacity for winter sheltering. This is the first winter, the last 3 winters that has been a primarily city-led operation. The first winter of COVID, LCS did run a hotel through an emergency grant, but it has been a primarily city staff and volunteer-led operation using either hotels that first winter of COVID or the community building the last 2 winters. And so we think it is, at least so far, running in a much more stable, professionalized environment. And we want to continue supporting LCS as they operate that and become the consistent provider of that operation each winter. So those are, I think, 3 goals that I'm personally really proud of for how far we've come along. The city and its partners, and particularly Lawrence Community Shelter and the team there. This agreement represents a substantial additional investment compared to years past. You may recall in the last several years, the city has provided $296,000 to Lawrence Community Shelter. We've always known that's a much smaller number, but I think with the work that has gone on with Melanie Valdez, the interim executive director, Misty Bosch Hastings, and the board of directors, I think we've got a much better number in terms of the resource needs overall for the Lawrence Community Shelter than we've ever really had in my time here. So it is a substantial increase in funding from the city, but I believe it is based on some really good work and does represent the true need. And it is only a partial amount, the largest amount of funding, but there are other funding sources as well, including Douglas County. With that, I wanted to invite the board president, Charlie Bryan, up to just do a quick review of the budget and kind of hit some of those high points. And then I know there are some questions, and we'll be prepared to answer those as well. So, Charlie?
Thanks, Brandon, and thank you to Mayor and fellow commissioners. My name is Charlie Bryan. I'm the president of the Lawrence Community Shelter Board of Directors. I've been in that role since near the end of August. I wanted to make a couple remarks, kind of add some more context to the conversation tonight. The shared governance model that was announced a few months ago, we're well on our way to, I think, bringing forth the fruit of that effort. The board has been changed with the adoption of the new bylaws. We have a 7-member board. 3 of those members are appointed by City Commission. 2 are appointed by the County Commission. And then there are 2 independent directors that are members of the previous board before that change was made. Our board has been meeting pretty actively in the last few months, including this month. We've met every week, and we have another special board meeting scheduled beginning of January, and then our regular meeting is monthly. Another big project underway is the selection of a permanent executive director. As we all know, Melanie has been the interim ED for going on 2 years. She was appointed in that role in April 2022, and she's done a wonderful job serving in that role. But we do need to get on the business of hiring a permanent executive director. We are in the middle of that process. We have second round interviews scheduled for tomorrow, and then we hope to have some discussion at our Thursday meeting this week. So there might be some news coming out after that. So then, to get more specifically into the agenda tonight, Lawrence Community Shelter is eager to work with the city to do the work that the city has asked of the shelter. Primarily that's to maintain the operations of the emergency shelter at about 125 beds with the additional capacity to surge during winter weather, and then to also operate the village, the pallet shelter village that's been discussed for quite several months now. The proposed budget that is going to be brought to the board, the LCS board, will be on Thursday, and it does call for the city to adopt the funding agreement before you tonight. So I do urge you to consider that and vote in favor of that funding agreement. A few highlights on the budget. The overall budget increases by about $2 million from where it was a year ago, or for this current year. That the city's investment represents about 78% of the overall budget. So the city is clearly the largest funder of the shelter, and we appreciate your consideration of that. The expenses are increasing by about $2 million. Primarily that's in staffing, which accounts to about $1.8 million, and then facilities accounts for the other $200,000. The facilities expenses are primarily increased because of expanded services to a second site, which will increase fuel costs. We also expect to increase meal service, and that substantially increases the facility operations costs. And then the staffing is primarily through the expansion of services both at the shelter but also at the village. There are 4 areas where I would consider them uncertainties in this proposed budget. The first one is there's been discussion about an additional site for an expanded set of pallet shelters. There's a lot of uncertainty in whether that can be pulled off in the next budget year. We've had discussions about it being in the parking lot behind the shelter, but I would say at this point it's still very unknown how that might come to fruition and what the costs associated with that would be. Another area that's uncertain is the negotiations with the union at the shelter. We have been asked to meet with them this next month, and that is going to proceed, and we will have to wait through that process to see how that'll impact our costs, primarily around staffing. A couple of the uncertainties that are not maybe as significant: the maintenance needs of the existing facility, and then any maintenance around the new location at the village are areas that we don't have, I think, a full grip on. And so some of that's been worked on with the city staff just in the recent weeks around the HVAC system. And I think there are other maintenance expenses that we may not be able to fully anticipate, but they may occur. And we will be working closely with city staff to address those as best as possible. And then the other item is not minor, but I think it's worth noting, or it's not major, but it's worth noting. The food service costs are potentially could be higher if we don't receive much in the way of donations to help with expanded operations of food service. And that's an area that the shelter has traditionally relied on donations, and that's been fairly consistently available, but if we are expecting to feed more people 3 times a day, then that could stretch our ability to do that. And so we're going to monitor these 4 areas that we think are uncertain and pay close attention, work with city staff to make sure that if there's ever a funding gap, we can get that addressed. I think that is a pretty good summary of what's in front of you tonight. Again, we appreciate your consideration of the request, and we recognize that it's a significant investment in the community shelter, and we appreciate the partnership. Any questions?
Any questions?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, my question, thanks, Charlie, appreciate the presentation. Can you touch on the operation, the budget for the shelter prior to the last few years? I know what the city's contribution, but can you touch on the overall operating budget of just the LCS itself? Can you kind of give the community a little idea what that was?
So in terms of the previous years, in 21, 20, beyond?
Before that, just say 2021.
Honestly, I don't have a lot of knowledge about the budget in the prior years.
Okay,
I only got on the board in this summer.
got it.
And then became the board president a few months into that.
And so was that information pretty readily available if one of us wanted to kind of?
Yeah, so we put in our proposal that you have in your packet tonight.
Yes, I saw that.
It has a couple of years. I think we'd have to ask Melanie Valdez if there's any additional data we can put in there. We do have audits from prior years, so I think we could assemble something if that would be helpful.
And then the second part was in order to raise the funds, historically, that was always very often strictly trying to generate money, donations, non-for-profit status. I would hope that that would be the focus of the board as to how to involve and to get others involved in contributing to this outside of the city. You know, we were only a minor partner in this for so long, a willing and able minor partner, but we've become the major funding source now. And so I wanted to touch on that and how the shelter's future plans will revolve around changing the balance where the city is less involved in the funding and maybe more just a general partner and not the managing partner at this point in time.
So I appreciate the question.
Mm-hmm.
I specifically mentioned the 78% share of our budget being funded by the city because I believe that's a substantial amount, right?
Yeah.
And so to think, what is our long-term goal? I would hope that it's not to have the city paying 78% of the costs. Okay. I also would hope that that cost would go down as the issue is better addressed. But I can't say that, the budget that's going to go before our board at this point, we aren't expecting that we're going to do significantly more fundraising in next year. So is it a goal? I think I can't speak for the whole board, but I believe that is one of our expectations of the new executive director that was articulated in the job posting for that position. And I'm feeling pretty confident that there's going to be more capacity at the shelter as we expand services so that it should make it more likely that fundraising and donations should be increased.
Okay, thank you.
A question?
Commissioner Sanders.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Charlie, real quick, I know in your presentation you had talked about current capacity and then with the surge, and I know we talked about this when this came in front of us in October, because it's in the grant, I don't know if it's in the addendum or, can't remember which one, but it's section 4 of Grantee's Covenant where it says the grantee will, when outside temperatures are 40 degrees Fahrenheit or below, increase shelter capacity in accordance to its special use permit. So when you're talking about the surge, is that in reference to the special use permit?
So it is in reference to that. When we have inclement weather and expand the capacity, that's not a permanent expansion, so we're basically doing it to accommodate the conditions.
And what does that surge increase to? So that was
140.
Huh?
140.
So you par up to 140?
Yes, ma'am.
Those additional 20-ish people. So. And are those folks bedded or are they on cots? How are they accommodated?
I would need to ask Melanie to help with that,
Okay.
with that question. I don't believe there's 140 beds, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
So they are accommodated in other ways. Melanie.
Yes, we have about 125 beds, and whenever we overflow, the city did provide us mats, and we do have all the bedding and pillows and everything available, so the overflow does use mats.
Okay. And I'm assuming those with abilities and whatnot, they're given priority for beds over mats.
Absolutely. We prioritize people with disabilities that are elderly or have other conditions that we need to consider.
Okay. Touching on the asset management piece, I know I looked in the budget for the line item on, go back and forth here, sorry, I'm jumping back and forth. Do we know for the mortgage, what do you anticipate payoff on that? Do we know?
I'm not familiar with it. I know there's a, as I understand it, and I don't know where Brandon went to, but, oh, there you are. I believe there's a balloon payment essentially that comes due in a couple of years.
Okay.
That might be an opportunity to then reconsider the, essentially the mortgage.
Okay. And then in regards to, you spoke on some of the potential capital, or not capital improvements, but just maintenance improvements on that. I'll speak to that in comments. When you brought up the increase of $2 million in the budget, with 1.8 of that being around employees, is that as it relates to increase in FTEs? Is that in relationship to FTEs and salary? And if so, can you tell me what the salary is going to be and if that includes any type of benefits?
So it's about increasing the FTEs in order to accommodate expanding services.
Mm-hmm.
The shelter already provides benefits to any employee that works 32 hours each week.
32 hours?
Yep. So I know there's been some recent coverage around the union's interests, and it might have been interpreted as if staff aren't already given time off or already given benefits. They do receive benefits. They do receive time off.
If they're 32 hours?
Yeah, I'm not certain if the 32 hours is a threshold for both time off and benefits.
Okay.
But 32 hours is when the health, medical, and dental and vision are kicked in.
Okay.
And Melanie might be able to answer more questions around that specifically.
For a little bit of more detail, we do pay 80% of the medical insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And part-time employees do accrue paid time off at half the rate. The only people that do not accrue paid time off would be people without a routine or consistent schedule. So it would be like the relief workers that fill in whenever there's openings. But everyone else does accrue paid time off.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, sorry, I have one more. In regards to the food, so as I read it for this request, the budget request would then provide for 3 meals, but I know, Charlie, in your presentation, you talked about with the increase, I don't know if that was the increase of the additional pallet village with the budget would support that. So does the 3 meals, is that just for shelter? Would that be for folks at LCS as well as at the pallet location as well? Help me understand. Just
It's 3 meals for both sites.
so for both sides.
So part of that increased fuel expense is the transportation
of the food
meals.
And are you thinking that food's going to be made on site at LCS and then delivered?
Yes, it will be.
Okay. Mayor, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
I just have a couple. Go back to the fundraising part of it. I know you had indicated that the director will be kind of charge of doing some fundraising. Will there be an actually paid position of a full-time fundraiser?
At this point, we haven't had a lot of discussion around how the positions, well, we had a lot of discussion, but it's been in 2 different study sessions. And I would say that it's probably premature for the fuller discussion about the structure of the staff because of the negotiation with the union. And we expect that when we hire the new executive director, that'll be more appropriately under their purview to determine how the staff should be structured underneath their charge.
Okay, thank you.
I do hear what you're saying, I think, and it's just, we know it's an important area that we need to develop. The shelter already does a fairly, we could always do more, but there's routinely donations received by the community, and that's over $100,000 a year. So I think we expect that to be at least what it always has been, perhaps even a little bit more. But what we haven't yet done is had discussions around fundraising events and that sort of thing. The previous board had talked about reviving the Chocolate and Tea at 3 fundraising event, which historically has raised, upwards of $80,000. I think that all those discussions will probably be undertaken with the executive director that we hire.
Okay, thank you. And then a question around the food services. Will meals be given to those who are not at the shelter or at the Pellet Village?
So I think there's probably a need for more discussion with the city around what constitutes day services. It's a term that was in the addendum that you approved recently. And when the weather is such that we're essentially operating 24/7, like the weekend after Thanksgiving, shelter was open 24/7. Whether people were sleeping there or not, they were there and they were able to be fed. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a part that's still work in progress, honestly.
Thank you. Yes.
Mayor, I have one more.
Yeah, you want to add? Please.
So we, historically, if someone comes up and asks for a meal, we never turn them away. We've always fed them. So I anticipate that we should be able to be flexible enough to include that, since that has been something we've done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sally.
One more quick question. Dang, damn it. Nope, remember. Melanie, we had initial conversations that some of the aspects of the initial account for individuals at the shelter was based on a model of a low barrier model. And so moving forward, what are we still using that model? If not, what is the process if someone comes in and they're in crisis and they're keeping everybody up and it's creating a triggering effect? So help me understand what we're looking at in this new system, especially if we're talking about a surge and powering up to additional people as it relates to that low barrier model. And I'm throwing a lot at you, but I think you're catching what I'm throwing. So
Yeah.
help me understand what that's going to look like now.
Well, currently, we are still maintaining a low barrier model, but being low barrier doesn't necessarily mean kind of consequence-free. So we do have an accountability process, and if someone is causing a disruption in operations that makes it unsafe, or just something that we're not able to support feasibly, we start the accountability process with warnings. And if it's someone that may be being disruptive due to mental health or other conditions, we try to transition them to a different area or environment, or sometimes just ask people to go take a walk and come back. So we try to give multiple opportunities for people to either change the behavior or for the behavior to change due to time. Typically, it could be either way. If someone becomes a physical threat that is a credible threat, there are times that we have to exit or have law enforcement involvement, but we try to avoid those things. I do see moving forward that with different options, with the village and with the facility itself, and potentially with the pallet shelter out back, that we'd be able to have kind of different phases or levels of services that would be able to better cater to the different needs and abilities of people. But as far as specific procedures, I think a lot of that is going to be further developed by whoever the new ED is. So we haven't dove deep into that, but we're just trying to make a transition that's as smooth as we can.
So as far as individuals that may be presenting with a mental crisis, what is the process for that? How do we get them from, I mean, if they're not willing to go, whether it's TRC, LMH, because it's becoming disruptive, and because we don't have the 45 in the parking lot right now, what does that process look like? I guess that's my question. What is the policy for that? Because as we talk about surge, that can mean a lot of different elements. I want to know if someone is having a crisis or episode and they're needing help, what is the process to get that person the best care that they need so that it's not a continued disruption for those who are at the shelter?
And we do make referrals to the crisis team or call them if it's within hours that they're available. Sometimes we do have to rely on either law enforcement or EMS to transport someone for a screening to either TRC or LMH, depending on what the need is.
Is that voluntary as well as involuntary?
I very rarely have seen involuntary. So there are times that someone does not consent. And at those times, we do try to work with people, and like I said, move them to a different space that's more private. Historically, we have used Monarch Village for people that just do not do well in the congregate setting, to give them their own private space, which is good for them and everyone else typically. So we just try to, it depends on the need, but we try to work with that person the best we can. If it's, again, a point to where we have to worry about safety of others, there are times we have to exit, but we do everything we can to avoid that. We don't want to have to put someone out, especially if it's something that they can't help.
But if someone's having an episode and it escalated to a point that even by separating them, they need to be involuntarily, whether it's not a 5150, but I don't know what it's called, I can't remember. If they need to be involuntarily exited out into another facility, whether it's TRC or LMH, is there a process for that? And do those who are part of the continuum of care and care coordination, do our partners know that?
I mean, we contact people. We typically don't see people being involuntarily taken.
Okay.
So I feel like there are some service gaps that need to be addressed with that, or maybe some MOUs or something that can better help, because we do find it challenging getting people the help that they need at times.
Okay. Likewise, if someone is released from the TRC or LMH, do those individuals get priority if someone is released and it's 11 o'clock and LCS is at capacity? What's that process?
We always, no matter what time it is, will take referrals or handoffs from partnering agencies or other organizations. We don't always know. Sometimes people show up and say that they were discharged or released or dropped off. But we are not turning people away at all.
So you have folks showing up without any coordination from wherever their drop-off person is, whether it's law enforcement, TRC, hospital?
Yes, very frequently.
Okay, I promise I don't have any more questions right now.
I've got one more. So one thing I noticed in the agreement was the provision to give prioritization to those who have connections to the city or the county. Have you figured out how that's going to work? Or is that still part of it? Part of the discussion?
I think that will be something that needs to be further developed. Currently, with our low barrier model, we don't ask for ID or anything up front, and our service or part of our role in the crisis response is to meet basic needs. As we work with people and identify that they are from other locations, then we start trying to identify supports and resources in those locations, and if we have the funding to support it, we will help people get bus tickets or train tickets or Ubers or whatever that is to get them back to their homes or where their supports and family are, or their services, whatever that may be. But we do assessments and set goals for people and have conversations. And within those conversations, we do identify those types of needs.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Any further questions?
No, sir.
All right. I will open it up for public comment.
David Baston. It does seem like a lot of money, but I know it's needed. I just had a question. I had talked to a few people that actually had been out to the Lawrence Community Shelter, and I was just wondering to know if this was a factor or not. If you can bring your drugs and paraphernalia there, check them in, and then they give them back to you in the morning. I've heard that from several people and was just wanted to know if that's a fact. Thank you.
Looks like we have somebody else. Public comment?
This is public comment, right?
Yes.
For this? Okay. So I just wanted to express that I hear a conversation on fundraising, and I think that fundraising would probably be important. However, I do think that the city needs to fund these operations. And if you want to talk about a lot of money being spent, $2 million compared to the $30 million for our police budget is nothing. It's still a significant amount of money, but I would like to see the city pull from the police fund to fund these operations that the taxpayers are clearly wanting to have funded. You're using tax money to fund these things, but you're also using a lot of grants. So people like to come up here and talk about where this money's coming from, acting like it's all the taxpayers' money, and there's grants that are being provided by the state and the federal government for this. So I know it's like a hot take to sit here and say, take from the police fund. A lot of people hear that and get a little bit scared, because what would we do with all of the criminals on the street? But $30 million is a lot of money, and they came in asking for more money just recently. So that's all I have to say. Please continue to fund the operations that happen at the LCS, and I would also like to see the camping ban go away, but that's it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dean Robinson, and I'm a direct service advocate at the Lawrence Community Shelter and member of CWA Local 6400. The proposed budget for LCS and the organizational structure laid out by the city's homeless programs coordinator has not been planned with any consultation from our union, which we, if were to go through now, would be unlawful under the National Labor Relations Act. The proposed budget does not meet the financial needs of our staff and the residents of LCS and would include pay cuts to everyone except for the executive director. What we're asking for is not extreme. We're asking for a livable wage for our workers. The city has historically paid the workers at Camp New Beginnings $25 an hour for site monitors and more for overnights. Our ask for $30 an hour is just scratching the surface for what the city is asking us to do. As for benefits, we have employees, including myself, who work more than 32 hours a week and aren't given benefits currently. Continuing with this plan is a clear violation of our rights and is a liability for the city, which needs to be rectified immediately by bargaining with our union before making changes to our work conditions. Above all, the city needs to stop criminalizing homelessness and shut down the snitch app. Ceasing the oppression of homeless people is the only solution to ending homelessness. We need a workplace democracy in order to achieve our vision of the shelter and to make it a safe, healthy environment for people to flourish and to contribute their best to society. We're the experts in this situation, and we deserve to have priority in the decision-making process. We'll continue advocating for both workers and residents of LCS for as long as it takes to achieve our vision. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Hello all. My name is Jacob Schmill, a unionized member of CWA Local 6400 and one of the direct service advocates of the Lawrence Community Shelter. Last Thursday, a city employee presented a proposed agreement for funding and staffing of LCS at the LCS Board of Directors meeting, under the idea that, quote, if approved, the proposed agreement will substantially increase staffing and city funding to LCS to support expanded emergency sheltering capacity and operations. These words were lifted directly from the city's own agenda for tonight's meeting, and yet the details of the city's proposal prove contrary on all counts. From the details mentioned in last Thursday's meeting, this proposal would cut the majority of staff's wages, with $120,000 per year for the executive director and the next highest paying position at $60,000 for the ED assistant. It would lead to an overall decrease of staff at LCS. This proposal aims to make sweeping and unilateral changes to the wages and working conditions of LCS staff without offering LCS staff the opportunity to be included and active in decisions that are made directly about us. We, members of LCS Workers United, want to make it clear that we will not sit idly by while conversations are had that will directly change our wages, our working conditions, and our job descriptions. Decisions will not be made that affect us without us. LCS has been more than accommodating to the extensive list of the city's requests and demands. We have completely retrofitted our warehouse into a winter emergency shelter to increase our capacity and our services during the time of year that they are needed most. We have undergone numerous policy restructures in order to accommodate an increased capacity and an increase to our services 24/7, 365, all year round. We have taken steps to ensure that when the pallet village, when it finally becomes operational, is adequately staffed, monitored, and that services will be effectively provided, and we have begun the groundwork for implementing additional pallet shelters in the back lot behind LCS. In return, the city offers a proposal which cuts staff wages even further below industry standard than they already are, and seeks to heavily decrease the number of staff at LCS, making it all the more difficult to provide the services that we already do while seeking to increase our services as we go into the new year. Regardless of the challenge, LCS has made the changes necessary to accommodate the newly recognized need for services. In return, we have been met by a proposal which fails to acknowledge any of the realities of the work that we do. Out of a seeming desire to undercut any action that may be taken by the newly formed and newly recognized union, this proposal has proven beyond the shadow of a doubt why such a union is necessary. There have been no efforts made to meet at the bargaining table to discuss changes to our working conditions or our wages in flagrant violation of NLRB regulations. As LCS Workers United, we will continue to fight to ensure that the needs of our staff and people we serve are upheld. Thank you.
Hello, my name is LaTanya Morris. I live in Lawrence. I'm a direct support advocate at the Lawrence Community Shelter for about 3 months. Prior to that, I work with special needs community. Also currently, I assist the elderly. Even though my educational background is in early education, I enjoy all aspects of human services. I myself battled with homelessness for 5 years. With my 4 children many years ago. Moving to Lawrence has given me the opportunity to pursue a stable and fulfilling life. I'm a community member. I'm a voice. Stability for my life is critical. If my future is put in limbo, I will be the face that sits at the door for refuge, because you have contributed to breaking the community that you have committed to serve. But then I thought, and I struggled with that statement, which now leads me to question, are you committed to saving this community? A man without a car, a man without a job, and a man without a home is still our community member. I've had the opportunity to meet people that are like-minded like me, who are passionate about the servitude for other humans in need, whose names we don't know, whom circumstances are ever-changing, yet and still we ourselves may be on one paycheck away from becoming a part of the very community that we are advocating for. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry. My name is Brianna Helms, a unionized member of CWA Local 6400 and a shift leader for direct service advocates at the Lawrence Community Shelter. I take pride in my job, and I would like to shed some light on concerns regarding a recent staffing proposal by a city employee during the LCS board meeting. I appreciate the recognition in areas needed in the recent proposal. However, with the structure that's proposed, it directly affects the frontline workers and staff, guests, and the community as a whole. I understand that the intentions are to make this process as safe and secure as possible with what's proposed, but in result, it ultimately poses a greater safety risk for everyone involved. From the details discussed in the meeting, this proposal would not only affect staff wages and staff positions, but it would also result in a decrease of staff at LCS. This raises concerns about the city and board's commitment as a whole to ensure safety and security for staff and guests. While deciding the structure that will be put into place, I would like to highly encourage you all to recognize what LCS staff has done for the community and how adaptable the staff have been to accommodate the city's requests and demands in such a short period of time and achieving said demands. All the strenuous hours of overtime the staff has put in to adapt to those needs for sudden change and restructures based on the city's request within such a short period of time, it's astonishing. We made it happen to ensure we can help as many individuals as possible during this crucial time of the year where needs are in high demands due to the emergency weather conditions. The demands from the city included immediate change during this transition by requiring LCS staff to expand our capacity of guests, along with converting our warehouse to accommodate this expansion. We were originally serving approximately 145 individuals within our facility, ranging from continuous stay guests and nightly guests. We are expected to increase that number to accommodate each homeless person in Lawrence because of the recently changed camping laws in hopes to help resolve the issue of homelessness in Lawrence. The population of homelessness in Lawrence is reported to be over 400 people. LJ World reported that within 1 year, Lawrence's homeless population increased by 51%. At this rate, homelessness has been increased 4 times faster than the national average. Along with this change, our services are required to be offered 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, with 3 meals a day. We were able to collectively provide an emergency winter shelter with proper protocols in hopes that necessary accommodations would help adapt with the new expectations. I strongly urge the City Commission and Board.
Time. Thank you. Any further public comment in the room?
Hi, my name's Howard Callahan. I worked at LCS for 6 years between 2014 and 2020. I currently work on the Burton Nash Homeless Outreach Team, have for about 4 years. I hear a lot of questions going on around safety at the shelter, and I can tell you this confidently from my experience there. The number one factor regarding safety in that building is the social and emotional labor being performed by all of the people that just spoke at this podium. Their capacity to maintain their resiliency, their competency, their ability to engage and assess situations, and their ability to actually maintain that involves being able to support one another, to be able to feel supported, and to be able to actually have their lives in some kind of balance as they are managing that situation. I mean, it's no surprise to me that they need to unionize. And I absolutely 100% think that that union needs to be supported and accorded for a number of reasons. One, like in the last decade, at 0 point in time have I ever seen city officials or even the board actually directly address the staff that are doing the work. We have 6 years of experience running a kitchen that feeds that building at full capacity in this room right now, and nobody has talked to either one of us, in my memory, about what's actually involved in doing that. Same thing goes with the direct engagement. And I hear a lot of talk about trying to get in a bunch of case managers, and that's great, but I can also tell you this, half the team at Burton Nash Homeless Outreach got their chops, de-escalation skills, rapport building skills, in the trenches at the shelter. We are some of the best at that work, functioning in the mental health infrastructure, and we didn't learn it from getting trained by mental health professionals. We learned it by doing the work that those folks are doing right now. Thank you.
Hi, City Commissioners. My name is Lacey Rowe, and I'm really just here on behalf of myself tonight, but I wanted to express support for my fellow staff at the Lawrence Community Shelter. I do not think that our frontline staff gets enough credit from the community for the work that they do in responding to the crisis of poverty in our community. Our shelter is called an emergency shelter because it provides emergency services to people in crisis. And no one should have to stay in a shelter long-term because it is an institution and not a home for people. Homelessness is a traumatizing experience, whether a person is unsheltered or sheltered, because being exposed to the elements and being constantly in survival mode takes a huge toll on a person's health. And being in a congregate environment surrounded by 100 strangers dealing with their own trauma is not a place for healing. This is also why frontline shelter workers are known to experience vicarious trauma and burnout, similar to other frontline sectors. Our staff typically works with people who have PTSD or complex PTSD, which require high levels of knowledge in crisis de-escalation, trauma-informed care, and the ability to recognize specialized needs. Whether it be working with people that have experienced domestic violence or human trafficking, working across the spectrum of both visible and hidden disabilities, being attentive to people with a variety of health risks from seizures to insulin deficiency, or being diligent with preventing bed bugs and the spread of communicable diseases, I am often amazed by the work that the frontline staff does at our shelter and how our team problem solves to tackle everyday crises. That being said, $30 an hour is not an outrageous or unreasonable ask. Based on the MIT living wage calculator for 2019 figures, a base living wage for the city of Lawrence is at least $16 an hour for a single adult without kids. For parents with just one kid, the estimated living wage jumps up to at least $30 an hour. The job listing for a support site monitor for the city of Lawrence is currently listed at $25 an hour to do frontline work, very similar to our direct service advocates. However, that's more than what nearly all of our staff makes, including case managers. And I see our staff going to their second jobs on top of working full-time at LCS just to pay their own bills. I'm one of the directors for LCS, but I also make less than $25 an hour. If our community values this work, then why are nonprofit workers expected to do the same or more advanced roles for less pay? How do we expect to address the crisis of homelessness in our community when our homeless service providers are worrying about their own housing stability? Thank you for your time.
Okay.
I'm Chris Flowers. I just want to say I stand with the unionized workers, and it sounds like to me that the city wants to shut down the camp where they're currently providing a service and replace it with the LCS so y'all can have them doing work for cheaper than what you would pay your own city employees. So, I mean, I'm not surprised at it at all. I mean, this is what you wanted. And it's also funny, you can give them millions this year, but the past years, it's just like pulling teeth to get like 100 or 200,000 from you. And I think the reason is because this year you have all these requirements where you've now basically taken over the LCS. And now that you've taken it over and you can make the requirements and you can tell them what to do, well, all of a sudden you're willing to open up your checkbook now. And I just want to say I think it's kind of BS. I especially think it's BS that you're basically trying to get them to do the same job that the city employees are doing and paying them a lot less. And I also just want to say I'm not surprised that it sounds like you want everyone to make less except the director or whatever who's going to be making more. Because I've said it before, we need to cut back some of the salaries on some of our leaders here and give it more to our non-unionized workers. So I just want to say I totally support the shelter employees. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, this is Rowan Shing again. I just wanted to come up and say that I support the unionized shelter workers who are just trying to bring it to y'all's attention that it's important to recognize their right to bargain in terms of their pay and benefits, and that should be taken into account when working on a budget. And like a few others of them were saying, they should probably be consulted directly about these issues that will deeply affect them and the people they serve. Both because it could make things more efficient if you ask the people who are, on the ground floor dealing with people directly and might have a good understanding of what things might be effective and what might be the most efficient use of a lot of resources. Like they were saying that, for example, that a lot of the people who are working there are providing a lot of the kinds of services that you might otherwise bring in outside case managers for. And that the people working there are doing very difficult work, and they deserve to have accessible health insurance, and they deserve good pay for what they do for the community. That was it. Thank you.
Hi, City Commission. My name is Jada Nichols, and I am just a community member. But I would just like to voice my support for the union members of the LCS. And I may have never faced homelessness in my life, but friends and family have. And I can see the direct effect it has on them and their lives and their family. And honestly, I just think it's kind of ridiculous that you guys can sit up there and argue about paying the people who care about your community, argue about paying them a living wage. And I'd just like to say, I want you, when you go home tonight, to reflect and think about why you think you have the authority and the just ego to do that. And once again, I would like to say that I am voicing my support for the union members, and I just don't know how you guys can look in the mirror after that. And also for just me speaking my voice, I've never once heard you guys even mention the workers or the employees or say thank you. They are taking care of your community. And for you guys to just sit there and fight against a living wage for them is ridiculous. But again, I just want you guys to support them. Thank you.
Okay. I think we can move on to online comments now.
Kevin
Sherry?
Elliott?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Whoop, sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank Melanie Valdez, who's a true Lawrence treasure, for her tireless and endless service. But I'd especially like to thank our crisis team, the people who work at the shelter day and night, who live in levels of crisis and trauma that we couldn't possibly imagine on a day-to-day basis. You get what you pay for, and we've got a lot with them. They're really good. There's a lot of pluses and minuses going on here. Some of the minuses, you created a system where you ask people with lived experience to trust people like Chuck McGrail, who's against Built for Zero, who fights public housing, who calls people who are unhoused psychos, who's hostile to unions, who doesn't represent diverse points of view. You have a significant lack of people with lived experience. You have a lack of transparency when you usurped a nonprofit from the community in a backyard deal that was made by Jill Jolliker and Craig Owen. You have the ill-conceived snitch app. There's a lot of things going wrong, but there's a lot of things going right. Since the new LCS board has taken over, the budget process has been transparent. They've been very open about what they're asking for. Outreach to people with lived experience is starting to happen. I know that Misty has gone out and met people at the camps, and I'm really excited to hear that. There are more and more diverse voices and nonprofits coming to the table. You're reestablishing services that you took away that actually get people housed, day services. You're talking about providing food service, and you're finally trying to provide some transportation on Sundays. In general, I support the LCS funding request as a positive step forward to addressing moving people to housing in Lawrence. I believe it'll pay for itself thousandfold by significantly lowering the need for health, social, and public safety services in the future. However, I only support doing so in cooperation with the union. If you break labor law, you will open the city to liability, and as elected leaders, it is your responsibility to avoid that type of liability. As elected leaders, it is your responsibility to represent the people. Sandwich artists in this community now make $20 an hour. You want people who are responsible for fragile human beings to make less than that? Come on, you can do better than that. Let's not forget the city's expanding LCS capacity at your direction. So it's time to pay up. You asked for it, you got it, now do it. Do your part. Thank you.
Bella Kurtz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Bella Kurtz. One of my 3 jobs is a case manager at Lawrence Community Shelter. I am also a member of CWA Local 6400. With a decade of experience in serving the developmentally disabled and homeless populations and lived experience with homelessness, I am deeply committed to the well-being of our community. I wish to express my concerns regarding recent discussion at the LCS board meeting regarding the funding and staffing for the shelter. While acknowledging the good intentions behind the proposal and the definite need for funding, I am apprehensive about the potential adverse effects to frontline workers. I fear that proper dialogue with these decisions could lead to pay cuts for some staff, impede our case management team, pose risks and safety to both staff and guests, and violate the NLRB regulations. Of particular concern was the mentioned salary distribution, with the ED earning upward of $120K a year. The next highest position, the assistant ED, would receive $60K, then cascading from there from positions that are expected to provide most of the on-site management and support. This substantial disparity in compensation, coupled with the suggestion that current staff may have to reapply for their positions, raises questions about the city and board's commitment to ensuring safety and security for both staff and guests. Moreover, as you and the board deliberate regarding support and funding, I earnestly implore the commission to acknowledge the indispensable role that LCS staff fulfills in bolstering the community. This is exemplified by our contribution to the by name list and our unwavering commitment to facilitating effective trauma-informed winter sheltering, even in the absence of sufficient time to create comprehensive protocols and standards. Additionally, it is noteworthy that the shelter staff provided months of dangerous, exhausting hard work and support for our unhoused community despite operating with a minimal staff contingent due to a shortfall in promised funding. Rather than fostering an environment for uncertainty and potential job insecurity, I urge the City Commission and Board of Directors to create and fund a plan that retains and attracts trained staff by creating a structure that promotes stability and job satisfaction. I also implore the City Commissioners and the LCS Board to prioritize transparency, fairness, and open discussions, ensuring the continued safety of LCS staff, guests, and the broader community. Thank you.
Fen Rhodes.
Hello, my name's Fen. I work at Lawrence Community Shelter. I'm a direct support advocate. I'm at work right now. Honestly, my main concern is who made the new employment plan and why they didn't talk to the union about it, and if, frankly, you should be talking to the union about it with the direct support advocates, because after working here for a couple months, I don't see how just having a bunch of caseworkers and then some security or anything would work. Yeah, I'm just hoping that you guys in the future put some more consideration towards us that are actually working in the front lines, and come talk to us and find out what's going on here. Thank you.
Mo Horowitz.
Hi, thank you. LCS provides a vital service to our community, and since the city has adopted the shared governance model, shelter workers are being asked to do a great deal more. As they have repeatedly said here tonight, LCS staff need to be at the table in the discussion about their working conditions. The union members deserve the $30 an hour, job security, paid time off, health care, dental and vision, and ceremonial time off for Indigenous employees that they've asked for. These are skilled frontline workers doing difficult work that will continue to be necessary until we have a ton more affordable housing in Lawrence than we do now, and their demands are more than reasonable. Nobody should have to decide between taking care of community members in a way that benefits all Lawrenceans and being able to take care of themselves and their families. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on Zoom? That's it, Mayor.
Okay, I'll go ahead and bring this back for discussion.
Mayor, do we have anything that shows, so I'm going through, looking at notes, because I know we didn't have a whole lot of questions that came through. So I know in previous reports, it's about 14 FTEs that we plan to have at the pallet shelter. The additional, with a total of 54 roughly FTEs. I need somebody to break down to me salaries, because we're hearing it. Let's talk about it. Can we just get a number of the FTE salaries based on the different positions at the different locations?
Excuse me, Commissioner Sellers. I apologize for jumping in. Could somebody close that door? Because I think it creates an echo effect.
Yeah, can't hear.
Is it closed?
It's just too loud.
Okay.
Sean?
You were kind of echoing in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's loud out there, so yeah, you may have to turn the volume down out there. So, I mean, we're hearing from some of the union folks. I'm just trying to understand their concerns with what's being presented tonight. What's the base salary for some of these positions that we're hearing tonight? So I have a better understanding of what we're voting on and whether or not I believe it's equitable.
Yeah, Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager. I'm happy to kind of start off and maybe ask Misty and Melanie and Charlie and anybody else who wants to jump in to fill in the blanks. But I will say we've been, Misty was working with Melanie for, I don't know, a couple weeks around Thanksgiving, I think it was. And you heard references to our mention of a staffing model that Misty presented to the board a couple weeks ago. That was based on the best information that was available to Misty, which was provided by the LCS staff. And so obviously that was, I think in hindsight, limited information, not maybe accurate information. And there was even in discussion at last week's meeting, one particular position that I remember that was pointed out as having a reduction in pay in Misty's recommended staffing model. I will say there is absolutely no intent to reduce anybody's pay, cut anybody's job, violate any federal regulations or laws. And that is not the motivation of the city's proposal, of the funding proposal. And I don't believe that's the motivation of the board of directors either. Misty's proposal, I believe, called for, was it $2,074,000 in city revenue or in total revenue?
In addition,
in,
not including the special.
Right, so this would be, it called for approximately $2,400,000 of city funds. Then Melanie came back the next week with a new proposal, and I'll just focus on that for a moment, and on the personnel costs, and that's salaries, wages, taxes, workers' compensation, and benefits. So Melanie's proposal came back it was $2,950,000 in personnel costs. The proposal before you tonight has a total of $2,839,000 in personnel costs. So assuming Melanie, the $2.95 million personnel budget was as accurate as possible, or was accurate, I think the proposal before you tonight is about $100,000, $110,000 lower than that proposal. And if I understand correctly, Melanie's proposal did account for potential wage increases that were anticipated from the union's compensation proposals. I will tell you, the first time we were aware, the city staff was aware of the union's compensation proposal was when we read about it in the paper earlier this week. The LCS employees are not city employees, so that bargaining would not occur between the city staff, city executive staff, or the city commission and the LCS employees. We'd certainly be happy, I think, to support that and to work on additional future funding agreements that may be needed resulting from compensation agreements. But we're certainly not the party to initiate those negotiations. And then the last thing I'll say is city staff, myself, Misty, county staff Jill Jollicoeur, we have asked to meet with the LCS employees and try to answer those questions a couple months ago, actually, and were advised that it was not maybe not the right time to do that. And so it is an awkward dynamic when we are a funder, we are a external organization working with a contract partner who is going through a lot of change right now, and really coming through for the community. We are here to help, but we can't, I don't know, it seems like maybe an ethical dilemma for me as a manager to go into another organization and start interfacing with their employees and do engagement processes with their employees if it's not clear that we're welcome to do so. So that's, I just wanted to sort of clear the air. We have no motivation to cut wages, cut employees. Even though it came in low, the staffing proposal that Misty presented, I think included funding for 79 employees based on the information that we had for wages. And I believe that is compared to 39 employees currently. So it is our intention to support LCS as it goes through labor negotiations, support LCS with additional positions, and help them do that work.
So Melanie, if based on what we vote on tonight, would this allow for a pay increase for your FTEs for staff?
No, it would not.
It would keep them at what amount?
Yes.
It would keep them at what amount?
Oh, $16.25 an hour for the frontline employees.
And that's for full-time?
Yes, I mean, it's all frontline employees.
All frontline, with health insurance?
For those that are 32-hour full-time employees or higher.
Okay. And frontline staff, how many of those FTEs are?
I'm not exactly sure how many frontline staff we have in FTEs without looking at it.
Okay.
Ask a question, Mayor.
As soon as
Go ahead. Thank
It's
you,
related
Melanie.
to your question, Amber. I'd like to ask you a question about your proposed budget overall, specifically for the employees. I'd like to know why, if it's your employees' expectations to receive $30 an hour, we presented a budget at close to half that amount, and maybe you can clarify or make it clear to me and the rest of the people how we're so far apart.
We did not have that knowledge at the time. Whenever it came out in the paper was actually the first time I had heard the actual information from staff other than just rumor. We had not begun the negotiation part of the union agreement yet.
Thank you.
I guess my question is, nothing in this agreement that sets wages, sets number of FTEs upon Charlie and his board. It's a dollar amount, and then they make that, and if they can come back to us if they need more money, if they think they can't fulfill the operational goals. But we're not setting those in this policy, in this agreement, correct?
That's correct.
To follow up as well, there's still the negotiation to follow with LCS leadership and the union, correct?
Yeah. I think it's probably best for, yeah.
It's ongoing currently, right? LCS.
So the unions requested negotiation dates. They gave us 3 dates, 18th, 19th, and 22nd. And earlier this evening, I corresponded back with Bella. She's the representative for the union. And we've set a date, January 18th. In that evening, we will have the first meeting. I'd like a chance to address the question that Commissioner Sellers raised.
Sure.
In the 2 meetings that the board had recently, there were study sessions. Each study session gave the board a chance to understand the planning assumptions related to the budget. And the planning assumptions are what have generated a lot of discussion in the community. The city staff presented a set of planning assumptions around staffing, and then Melanie also presented her planning assumptions related to staffing. The executive committee of the board met to resolve the differences and set the overall budget for the shelter. And we essentially split the difference between the staffing expenses that were modeled by both the city and by Melanie. And so if you take the aggregate data, you can say, here's what the personnel costs are, and here's what the FTE count would be under those different scenarios. I'm splitting the difference. The cost per FTE goes to $49,649.92, and that's assuming 57.1875 FTEs. The current FTEs is not quite 40, but if you use the head count, the current head count, which is 44, then you take the current cost of staffing, divide it by the current head count, and you get $43,671.09. So it's
What was the first number?
it's a pretty on-the-fly calculation, but the per head count, which is all employees regardless of FTE, the per head count is $43,671.09. And then the planning assumption for the per FTE is $49,649.92. I don't know if that adequately addresses your question, but the cost per employee is expected to increase. We have not had the time to have those discussions with the union, and we certainly don't have the collective bargaining agreement in place. So as I was describing in our list of uncertainties, this is one of the most uncertain areas of our budget. When that process plays out, we will likely have to take stock of our situation and determine if we need to come back before you to request any additional funding, or if we can raise it privately or some other method.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
And Charlie, I think you also added the other complexity, which is you might have a new executive director who might have a different idea on what the funding should look like. I mean, what the FTE should look like, what the distribution should be, the staffing should be. That could change too. I mean, again, you're working on assumptions right now.
We are.
Based on one from a city, one from Melanie, but yet to have one from an ED that might be operating.
Yeah, definitely we were working with assumptions, and that was the point of having the study sessions. The study sessions are used to provide a place for the board to dig into details without being expected yet to make a decision. So those details can often be misunderstood or misinterpreted as if something's been decided. Nothing has been decided about the staffing or the wages. If anything, you could argue that what has been decided is none of that will change, because until the union and the board and the leadership of the shelter finish those negotiations, we really can't make a decision. That includes providing any pay raises, because that'll be part of that process.
Thank you, Charlie. Well, oh, go ahead, Commissioner
I was going to say, I'll say a couple things. When I go back a couple years ago, if someone would have told me that we were proposing to raise the amount we support LCS from $269,000 to $2.6 million, and all of the comments we received were that we weren't giving them enough, I would have been shocked that that was the outcome. And maybe it's not enough. I'm not, but my point is, we've come a long way to get to this point. We've been working on a plan with the county to provide better emergency services, and we've had our ups and downs along the way. But to see this list of things we're hoping to provide at the shelter, to provide the services for those in need, I'm very excited about where we're going with this. I'm excited that a lot of planning over several years have culminated in getting to a point where we are looking to provide these services. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the Pilot Village being ready to be opened. I'm excited about the services we can provide. And of course, I'm most excited about a long-range plan, which is to eliminate homelessness and where we're going from that. And certainly the hope would be that, as we get those 850 units built, that LCS is not running at this kind of capacity, and that the Pilot Village is not running at this kind of capacity, and that this capacity is a short-term, because as many people said, and the service providers know, people residing at LCS is not a solution. It's a step to getting folks into permanent housing, and that's our goal, and that's our plan, and that's what we've agreed to, and I think this commission and the county commission support that. And so this is one step in the process. We have to get this underway so we can get to that long-range goal. Certainly, I do want to thank the staff at LCS. I've been involved in several direct service providers as the president of Family Promise and the Ballard Center, and understand the mental fatigue, the effort, all of what goes into providing direct services. And I want to thank the LCC staff for doing that, and continue to do that, and people who feel that calling in their life to do that sort of work should be appreciated and should be compensated accordingly. So appreciate that. Appreciate the board. Charlie, thank you for the work you're doing and the work you will be doing and the work you'll continue to do, along with the rest of your board. You guys have been doing a lot in a short amount of time, just like the LCS staff has, and I know you have a lot of work in your future. And so thank you to everyone who's gotten us to this point. We, in this proposal, we're asking for certain services to be provided, but understand that that the board has to make decisions on funding, has to make decisions on pay, has to make decisions on FTE. That's not something we're going to do from up here, decide whether or not you have a fundraiser or a part-time fundraiser, or if there's going to be 3 people working in the kitchen or 4 people working in the kitchen, or whatever that number is. That's up, to the LCS staff, the new executive director, and then ultimately the board of LCS. And we're here to support you in that. And I think the fact that we're going from $269,000 2.67 million is an indication we're here to support you and we're here to make this work. So appreciate all the efforts.
Yeah, I would jump in and go ahead and second that. I appreciate all the efforts of the LCS staff, all components, frontline workers, managers, leadership board. You have really stepped up, and I know this community definitely appreciates all of your hard work. And to speak to what Commissioner Finkeldye said, I think this is a great start. Looks like that, it still has room open for any sort of changes we need to make in the future to go ahead and, improve things. So, like I said, I think it's a great start and a great place to begin.
I think I'd like to just add a few comments. I'm coming in late to the game, but I really feel like the effort, the work, the energy from the front line to the commissioners here, they've done a lot of things in the last 12 months to make a lot of people mad and make a lot of people happy. And I feel like serving the community is like that. You're just going to have a lot of ups and downs with how you get things done. In this case, I feel like lack of communication, lack of contact with the people who are on the front line at the shelter probably is a function of the lack of control that the city's ever had over the shelter. We've just been a funding partner. We are now being asked to be the majority funder of this agency. And so we're going to have to behave differently. We're going to have to act differently amongst ourselves. We're going to have to talk about things as a community so that we can continue this kind of funding, because this is a stopgap measure to get us from point A, which is basically the complete lack of beds at the shelter relative to today's capacity, which is really the largest I've heard in a long time. So I'm excited about the work that they've done to help take in these people in the time of need, especially weather. But I really want to focus on, creating a relationship with the people who are at the LCS, the people who are serving the people on the front line, communicating with those who are actually doing the job and understanding what your job's all about, what it costs you, and also what the city can afford to pay you, because I think that's also part of the formula. When you go from a budget which is lacking severely to almost complete dysfunction to a rejuvenation and an injection of cash like this, well, this is a starting point we can all start from. Hopefully we can have a great relationship. I'm really looking forward to seeing how we can get people out of the shelter and into housing, whether it be permanent or supportive. It really doesn't matter, because that environment is difficult, and I want us to have the best people in that environment to serve those people. And I mean that because that job is very difficult, like many frontline workers dealing with difficulties and tragedies. So I want to thank y'all for putting this together, but I want to make sure we stay focused on this relationship. This funding partnership starts today, and we need to take control and have real voice and command over how things go, because lack of leadership can sometimes take you places, and I want to make sure as leaders we are helping, not just financially, but with our hearts and with our minds in moving this forward. So that's all I want to say.
Mayor, real quick, just to set the tone a little bit more perspective. I'm not even going to begin to talk about what a lack of leadership is, because I don't know what that is a reference to. And Commissioner Dever, you don't have to speak to it, because I'm not going to speak to a lack of leadership for anyone. I think this is just a failure. And finally, what I'm excited about is our commission and our community is finally starting to admit that we failed. That we failed this commission, that we failed this community, we failed the city and the city staff, and those who are experiencing houselessness because of our dereliction of duty to do what's right at the beginning. And that's now catching up with us, and that we're dealing with it, but I'm glad we're dealing with it, because we're not kicking the can down the road. And I know this is not going to be the last time that LCS and that the board and that Charlie and Melanie or the future ED comes to us and asks us for additional funding, because they're going to need it. They're going to need it, because the current pay is not adequate. The current system is not adequate. And once that new ED comes on board, yes, they're going to have that opportunity to build out that vision, to take what was provided to them by recommendation of the board, by recommendation of city staff, and make it their own. So, there's been enough applause given by other commissioners about the staff, and I don't dismiss that. Because the staff at LCS and those who have been involved in direct service care, frontline care to those experiencing houselessness don't get enough accolades, not just from us, but from county leadership and from this community. So we all collectively have to do better about that. And, I know that we don't drive decision-making, but with these funding agreements come expectations. And so that expectation is driving how LCS is going to be successful. And I think anything less than that, we have to be mindful of that. What they're getting paid right now is not enough. It's not enough. So don't be fooled. It's not enough. We need to stop the trauma of forcing LCS to make $1 out of 15 cents. And that's what we've been requiring them to do since the city and this community decided to put the facility outside of view, outside of the view of downtown, outside of the view of the community, because they didn't want it to be part of the community. They othered it. And so we're dealing with the trauma of that othering. And it's going to cost us in capacity, in our own physical steps, stretching ourselves to understand and continue to build on this, our understanding of this whole continuum as it relates to houselessness and its impact on affordable housing, access to mental health services, social services, and medical services. But we also got to start, but what I'm encouraged about is what we're doing is helping to relieve some of that trauma. And that is in that building that haunts those who are a part of it, whether they're frontline staff or they're individuals in that building. Because there's been a lot of trauma from the time I was a student here to now. And so that's what I look forward to. This is one step, and I'm hearing what Charlie has to say, but I hope, and I have faith and hope, that the board and future leadership will make sure that the staff gets the adequate salary that they get. Because based on the numbers that Charlie gave me, we're looking at $20 to $23 an hour. That's accounting for the cost of insurance. That's not enough for this. And we have to get out of this idea that the folks who serve the most vulnerable deserve the least, because that's how we treat folks. And the thing is that it cannot come from us. And so at some point in all of these conversations, we need to figure out how we're going to make our state legislature accountable to this, because it cannot come out of our coffers alone. We need to start looking at our elected officials on this. If we can go and complain to them about how unhoused individuals are making life in this community horrible, then I need us to have that same energy going to those same elected officials and saying, you know what? You put a lot of these burdens on us because of poor policy preparation and things that you didn't fund many years ago that gave us this issue in our community now. So we need you to open up your coffers and help us mitigate this. So I'm excited about what's to come. I'm hoping that conversations can continue with the union and the board, so that we can make sure that we can come to some reconciliation on a wage that meets somewhere with that group. And we're still continuing to do the work, and we got a lot of work to do. So I'm looking forward to that.
I don't know much more to follow up on that. I think this is a good start to formalize our relationship with the community shelter. There's been a lot of work put into this by the board, and as well as our staff and the employees. I've always been a believer that employees deserve to have a voice in how their organization is run and how they are treated. So I do encourage those conversations to continue to happen as we move forward. We've come a long ways, and this is probably the first step, I think, in formalizing it. I really appreciate the work that everybody has put into this. Thank you.
I would also add I appreciate our staff working on this as well. And I know this was a pretty big lift, so. All right, I would enter
A motion?
motion.
I move to authorize the city manager to execute a funding agreement with Lawrence Community Shelter in the amount of $2,677,699 for operation of LCS Emergency Shelter and the village.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Unopposed? Looks like it passed. Commissioner Sells, did you say aye?
I did.
Okay. Passed 5-0. All right. I think we will take a break for about 10 minutes and continue on with our agenda afterwards. Thank you all.
Everyone was shivering over
Trying to
here.
warm us up.
All right, bringing us back. We'll start with agenda item 2. Consider a preliminary development plan, PDP 2300266 for Fall Creek Villas, a 14-lot residential development with a private street located on the southwest corner of Castle Drive and Tomahawk Drive. Additionally, consider approving a side yard setback reduction from the required 10 feet to the proposed 5 feet submitted by Land Plan Engineering on behalf of SOJAC, property owner of record. All right, Sandra.
Mayor, Commissioners, Sandy Day, Planning Office. Before I get started, I was asked to remind you of any ex parte communications you may have had, that you should declare those at this time.
Yes. I'll go ahead and start us off. I had a conversation with Phil Struble from Land Plan, and also I've had a sit-down with some of the residents as well as the email correspondence that we've all received.
I had a ex parte communication with Mike McGrew. With Mike McGrew, and then several adjacent or nearby neighbors that were interested in the project and some stormwater issues.
I had conversations with some of the neighbors as well as adjacent neighbors, not necessarily in that neighborhood, but a surrounding area. And that's all in this go-around.
I'm trying to think. It's been so while. It's been a long time. I think I got a phone call from, I got a phone call from Mike McGrew, I think right before the election. Brief phone call, emails we received from residents, and I had a conversation with several of the residents in the area.
I talked to several residents, Gene Shepard and Johnson, I think, but about what's in their presentation about the stormwater and the calculation of the density. And that's all I talked to in this round.
All right.
Thank you. Given the number of people behind me and in the seats around me, I am going to try and move through the presentation fairly quickly. If you refer to pages 6 and 7, I believe, 8 and 9 of the packet, you will see an image of basically kind of the surrounding area as well as a table summary of the proposed project. So this is undeveloped land area that is part of what's generally referred to as the Fall Creek Farms. It is on the west side of Castle. It is undeveloped, except for an existing large overhead utility easement going along what I'm going to refer to as the west side of the property, even though this property kind of goes at an angle. We've had a lot of communications at the Planning Commission and in your packet that address a number of different issues. If you have specific questions about density, I'll be happy to answer those. This project is a little bit complicated because we are dealing both with old code and new code. And the old code refers to the 1966 zoning code. That is what established the land uses as well as the density and dimensional standards. The property was annexed and zoned in 1995, but there was never a development plan that was approved with it. The property is zoned, in today's lexicon, we call it PD, or planned development. Under the old code, it was zoned PRD. It was zoned with a maximum density restriction not to exceed more than 8 dwelling units per acre, and there was no restriction on the type of housing that could be developed for this property. The other thing that the old code, or the 66 code, set are the setback requirements, and it requires a 10-foot setback between buildings, or if there is an individual property line, 10 feet from the property line. So this project was submitted with a 5-foot setback, which is comparable to what we would see in an RM12 district, RS7, RS5. The only difference that you would see a larger setback would be in an RS10 or even an RS20 zoning district. And I'll come back to that in just kind of a minute. The land development code that governs the process of this project allows for the city commission to consider that setback reduction. We've outlined that in the staff report. There are a couple of provisions for you to look at with regard to the setback. And that looks at the minimum setback standards of the base zoning district can be reduced by the city commission, provided that the zoning district of the adjacent districts are more intense than the base zoning district. And this is one of the challenges because we don't really have a base district to compare to. The PRDs were their own district with their own standards. So there's not a direct correlation to what those are. That all exterior walls of detached buildings shall be separated by a minimum of 10 feet, which the project actually does. Had the project been submitted as one lot, which it could be as a planned development with no interior lot lines, you would not have to consider a variance at all. But because the project was submitted with interior lot lines, this side yard setback does come into play. This project is a new application. The Planning Commission and this body considered a request about a year ago for a very similar development. It had 14 lots. That particular project actually had a public street designed for it. And in this particular application, the change was made to have a private street, which allowed the street to be reconfigured and moved and shifted a bit to the west. That allowed the development, so the residential lots or the developable area, to be shifted a bit to the west and provide a bit bigger separation between the back of the buildings and the creek. You will hear comments from the public and in many of the communications that this is still very much a concern, and that is for this body to consider the project. The project, as I mentioned, is for lots. The proposed development typology is for duplex development, or 2 units on each lot. And the only restriction was that overall maximum density for the project not to exceed 8 dwelling units per acre. The Planning Commission considered this item at their meeting in September. They forwarded a recommendation for denial of this project, and many of those concerns continue to be discussed and considered regarding the impact of the development on the natural drainage ways, the creek, the stream bank, the steep topography of the project. All of these issues continue to be reviewed. There are a number of conditions that were identified by staff that must be met before the project could proceed to a final development plan, a final plat, and ultimately public improvement plans that would still have additional technical review by city engineering staff. We do have engineer staff here. Kyle Gontrowitz is here with me this evening and can answer any specific questions. Now, the applicant is here as well. I'm happy to answer any specific questions you may have about the project. Thank you.
Well, I'll go ahead and start us off. I know I was looking at the, when it came through planning in September, and it looks like one of the points that was brought up is, that people had a question about was a buffer on the along the stream, especially for a couple of the dwellings on the stream. And I think it was, the buffer usually is 30 feet, and I think at that point, at some points, it was 20 feet. And I know that, I believe Kyle spoke to it, that it's, it would need a further consideration or a little bit looking at.
Yes, that is one of the requirements, is that the applicant provide the revised drainage study for the review by the city stormwater engineer, and to include updated information to demonstrate compliance with all of the stormwater management criteria. So the preliminary development plan is in some components somewhat conceptual. And it is the applicant's burden to provide the demonstration that they can meet the full aspect of that code citation.
Okay. All right. So, good. I was just wanted to confirm that that is yet still to come,
Yes.
and that will be reviewed by us.
It would be reviewed at the staff level,
Yeah,
yes.
I have a question about open space. That was something that was discussed at the Planning Commission.
Yes.
And in the report, it talks about active open space requirements for active open space, and it also talks about passive open space. Can you tell me what the difference between those are?
Active open space in the Land Development Code typically refers to different types of activities that you can do in those spaces. So we think of soccer fields, baseball fields, tennis courts, those kinds of elements. Passive open space typically can be gardens, walking paths, and natural areas. This project, and this is again where this distinction between the old code and the new code comes in. So we're not talking land uses in the aspect of the Land Development Code where you have those specific things defined. In the density and dimensional standards that are applicable to this project through the old code, there's a requirement to have a certain amount of open space, and of that space, 50% of it is, of the 20% is supposed to be for active recreation. And that has always been interpreted in the history of development plans up until the adoption of the Land Development Code, that's usually reviewed pretty broadly. Lots of developments have included swimming pool, courtyard, basketball court type of spaces, but they've also included spaces where you can exercise your dog, or you can go out and do Tai Chi, or you can have these other kinds of spaces. The other reason that the plan developments are part of the code is when you have really incredibly unique properties, as this particular property is, you have a strange shape, you have a significant encumbrance with a 110-foot wide utility easement, so there are inherently some use restrictions with that. You have the creek. So that is, all of those components went into the evaluation of open space.
Okay. So does this, because one thing staff identifies is that the Evergy easement represents passive. That's what it says in there, passive recreation uses.
And in retrospect, I think I could have been more clear in some of the language. What we're really referring to that is, because of the easement, we're probably not going to be building courts for play, or a basketball court or a tennis court or something along those lines. So from that perspective, in the Land Development Code, it is somewhat passive, but it's still accessible space. You can still go out and be active in that space. So that's probably where I was less exact in the staff report than maybe I could have been.
Okay, so without the Evergy property being counted as open space, does it meet the criteria for the 50% as being active total?
I would have to go back and look at that full computation. If we excluded that much area out of it, it may not meet that provision.
Okay, thank you.
Last question, and it's good to see you again. Can you explain to me why you would pull that out? Why one could not or disallow this obviously open space that's useful to many people, not necessarily for playing football upon, but obviously for recreating? Where does that desire to remove that space? How can one justify removing that space from the calculation?
That was one of the things that we discussed with the Planning Commission, that if it was the Planning Commission's direction We tried to lay out how staff interpreted and reviewed the project. And if the Planning Commission thought that staff erred or that we should interpret it a different way, we asked for that direction. The Planning Commission didn't, I think, comment on that particular component, that staff should have calculated it differently. The discussion was very much on the impact to the creek and the stream bed and the steep topography.
Got it.
So, again, if it's this commission's will that it should be interpreted differently, then we would go back and work with the applicant and redo all the math.
Okay.
Which I'm not prepared to stand here and do the math
No.
right here.
No.
So
Others will do that probably for us.
it'd be lovely.
I've seen some of the math. And then the other question was about the creek. I noticed since the last time it was brought forth, there was a change in the desire to not re-engineer the flow of the intermittent stream that's located on the property. Some of the lines that are shown on the lot identify the intermittent stream crossing within inches or feet really close to structures. Can you explain how that works and what that really ideally means?
That is something where I think I would ask engineering staff to come
Okay.
up and help respond to some of that. A lot of, again, we're looking at a preliminary development plan. The applicant has not probably done the full-scale engineering that we would see
Right.
more with a final project or in the public improvement plans to be able to nail down those pieces.
But regulatory, from an oversight standpoint, we wouldn't necessarily allow them to build on top of a creek bed. Is that right or not?
Not to my knowledge, if it's a drainage easement, which much of this would be.
Right.
I know occasionally we do see utilities
Sure.
into some of that piece, but certainly not structure.
Okay. Thank you.
To follow up, and if those, in that public improvement plan, if those conditions or the assessment from staff and that technical review is not met, what then happens?
Take a stab at this, and then hopefully engineering staff will correct me if I go too far awry. Public improvement plans are pretty specific. The applicant, it's their burden to show that they comply with those. It's very often that we see public improvement plans go through multiple rounds of review. And I asked a similar question at a staff meeting earlier today. And if the project were to submit public improvement plans that do not meet city standards, design criteria, city staff would reject those.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess I have a follow-up question. Maybe I'll finally get the engineer up here. He's trying to hide, but, so for example, from the first time we saw this project, there's a new street drainage plan that I think redirects from Fall Creek above. Is that something you've looked at? What analysis have you given of that? Is that something that you're waiting more for the final development plan to review?
Yeah, that's something that would be reviewed with the public improvement plans. I think there's been several variations on the plans for that storm sewer there, and there could be more options too. So that what we're seeing here, I think is one possible outcome from what would be designed in the public improvement plans. Yeah.
So again, what we're seeing here might not be the final plan that's approved by the city.
As far as the infrastructure,
Yeah, I meant
that's correct. Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't tricky and Sandy there, but yeah. Okay.
Any additional questions right now?
I got one more, please. So is there, maybe help me out here as to understand the process. Is there a reason why we aren't going to be able to see the stormwater plan once it's been gotten to a point to where it's met staff's requirements? We won't have an opportunity to look at that. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's part of the process. That's
Okay.
not a component that City Commission is asked to approve.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right. This is all good. I'll move us on to public comment.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Applicant.
Plan, yeah.
Good evening, Commission. I'm Corby Rust with Land Plan Engineering. You'll certainly hear tonight from several people opposed to the Fall Creek Villas development, and I want to just simply and factually elaborate on the design merit of the proposed development. We have gained approval and recommendation from planning staff. We have approval from MSO to this point, and we have satisfied Evergy's concerns. This 8.39 acres has been zoned as PRD for quite some time, decades. The proposed development meets the zoning requirements. This is a residential infill project. It meets the infill intent of Plan 2040. The proposed meets or exceeds all requirements pertaining to density use, open space, preservation, feasibility, building feasibility, and limited impact on neighboring residences. The design preserves 2.5 acres of existing trees and existing creek bed. No part of the buildings, anything happens in that area of trees and creek bed. We're very careful to preserve that area. The sensitive land will be protected during and post-construction, preserved significantly more than any neighboring development. If you look at an aerial, you won't see it preserved like it's preserved in this project that I've designed. And what Evergy's easement and its restrictions provide over 2 acres of open recreation. It's not ideal recreation, it's on a hillside. The entire site is a hillside. So anywhere we dedicated open space, you would have the exact same issue as it's on a hillside. Also, more open space than you'll find looking at an aerial than any neighboring area. Over 14 units are buffered by trees on 3 sides and open space on 1 side. Essentially, we're developing a smaller rectangle in a larger rectangle that is the 8.39 acres. So density for the project is relatively low, 1.7 lots per acre, or 3.3 dwelling units per acre, only 3 units per acre. Over half the property remains completely untouched. 75% of the property remains pervious. That's no roads, no sidewalks, no drives, no house. Pervious, 75%. These are positive numbers rarely seen in PRD zone development or most any development we do. And because we're developing this small rectangle inside a larger rectangle, that explains the need for the 5-foot setbacks. That's why we're asking for that. We're trying to leave a large area of the property alone, therefore kind of scrunching what we need to build inside this smaller area to protect what we can protect. As designed, the lot grading is ideal for homes with walkout basements. The builder is providing nice, sizable duplex villas with a relatively small building footprint. All stormwater models indicate that the proposed development has little to no impact on the 100-year flood peak flow, and we can get more into that in a bit. In conclusion, this project has a suitable use for this land per the existing zoning, a layout approved by Evergy, a design that meets development code, a proper use of existing slopes, a good approach to preservation, a reasonable amount of density, a welcomed approach to infill housing, and a limited neighboring impact. Please consider all the thought, planning, and effort taken to bring this matter before you tonight. Thank you.
All right. There are no other questions? Now I will take us to public comment. Sorry about that.
I do have one question.
Oh, you do?
I'm sorry. I forgot. I have one question for Sandy. The 9 items that were referred to in the staff report, review and decision-making criteria, is that criteria that we're looking at too, to decide this?
You may, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Thanks for stopping me. All right.
Hi, I'm Cindy Ulick, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed townhome neighborhood for Fall Creek Farms. The Lawrence community has been consistent in the desire to not rely on financial assistance from the city for development. The developers of this project are not asking for any financial assistance. They want to provide an infill development, They want to provide an infill development in Lawrence where we need residential alternatives more than ever. The townhomes will be solely owner-occupied, no rental property. This area has been approved for development for 20 years. All services, streets, stormwater, water, and sewer are adjacent. It has no physical impact on the neighborhood and is buffered from the adjacent neighbors by a creek and overhead power. The project will intercept and redirect downstream a portion of the current existing runoff. As a result, the project should diminish potential for flooding. Mike McGrew and Jerry Willis have both grown up in Lawrence, graduated from Lawrence High, raised their families here. They've been committed to our community for 50-plus years. I hope the City Commission will support this project. Thank you.
I have some help with the presentation that we,
What's the name?
Lisa Weeks.
Okay. Kurt is going to pull that up for you.
Thank you.
Did you get that, Kurt? Lisa Weeks?
Not that one.
Not that one, okay.
That one's second.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Hold on, almost there. Okay, now that's all you. Should be all right. Okay, there you go.
You ready? My name is Rich Bailey. We represent the neighbors. We have a couple of little presentations for you tonight. And I want to talk a little bit. Ann and I, my wife over here, live at 3600 West Timber Court in the West Ridge neighborhood. I'm here tonight with several of our neighbors, as you will see momentarily. We love this neighborhood. We serve on professional and community boards, and we volunteer for local human, environmental, educational, and animal welfare organizations. Ann and I are personally very concerned about this planned development because even though we live upstream, Deerfield Creek has flooded our backyard on several occasions after heavy rains, and we also would be devastated to lose one of the last remaining wildlife corridors in the entire city of Lawrence due to this potential development. We welcome new neighbors and infill development that complies with city ordinances and is thoroughly designed to the site's terrain, although we'd like to point out at this point that this is not an affordable housing project. You've likely heard from the developer, the landowner, and the real estate agency multiple times. Well, that's expected. Talking to you is their responsibility. They don't have to squeeze this work into their daily workouts. It's simply part of their job. We have entirely different full-time jobs to gather and organize this information for you, the City Commission. We spend our nights and weekends poring over regulations, researching codes, and calculating dwelling units and acreage. We called, emailed, met with each commissioner and other city representatives. And thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns. And sincerely thank you all tonight for taking this time to listen carefully to our research and findings. This is a complex site, has been mentioned, with many constraints, and we believe the developer is simply trying to fit too many units on the available acreage in order to maximize the profits. There's much we could object to, but we feel that it's best to concentrate on 3 major points and highlight how they cause the PDP to fail in the city's planning criteria. 1, the density calculation, as we figure, has not been calculated to code standards, and the number of units proposed is simply too high. The PDP increases density more than the 34% that is allowed. Even if the density was correct, the requested side yard setback variance cannot be approved, we feel, because the base district intensity is greater than the neighboring developments. And number 3, changing the amount and pattern of stormwater inputs into Deerfield Creek, both from the PDP and from the newly developed hidden lane above, places an undue risk of flooding and erosion, the burden of which will be borne by residents.
Your time is up.
Of West Ridge. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Jean Shepard. Historically, obstacles to Fall Creek Villas date to June 1946. The Kansas Electric Power Company, Evergy's predecessor, paid Leroy and Margaret Hurley $107.50 for the right to erect and maintain an electric transmission line and all other necessary appurtenances upon and across the described real estate that is now part of this PDP. You have a copy of that deed in your packets. This written deed legally controls over oral agreements and handshakes. The easement has no ending date. So as electrical energy sources change and the grid changes with them, Evergy legally may change or add to its equipment on this land. The villa's residents may frolic under these transmission lines today, but they will never enjoy the exclusive use and benefit of this land. So the area does not legally qualify for inclusion in net density under the 1966 Development Code, the code that contains the PRD ordinances which this developer chose to use instead of attempting to rezone this area for duplexes under the current code. The villa's difficulties grew in 1977 with the formation of Westridge Heights, which decreased the area of permeable soil and increased the amount of runoff into the creek. The creek absorbed this increased flow, but in the early 90s came the annexation and development aptly named Fall Creek, high above Arizona Place and the creek, profoundly increasing the shedding of water into the creek, leading to flooding and erosion in the yards of the much less costly homes, established homes, on Arizona Place. In 2006, the city adopted a new planning code and for unknown reasons left the PRD sections in place. If the planning department and or the city don't like those sections, the remedy is to change them, not to smush them into something they aren't. It's now 2023, and we have Fall Creek Villas PDP under the 66 code, with proposed residences more expensive and dense than the established homes downslope and across the creek, homes which will be most negatively impacted by less land to absorb water and potential runoff. We have a development hoping to benefit from the panache of the Fall Creek name, yet not including Fall Creek in its neighboring residence calculations for density. We have a proposed development denser than the city code allows. Our city's infill policy should not favor development that is too dense based on the city's own code. Development that will hurt housing, which is more affordable and exists. Thank you. And thank you for your attention.
Hi, I'm Morgan Hannings, and I'm here to talk about density and how the PDP fails decision criterion 7C. The developer has consistently submitted gross density calculations in every version of the PDP. The developer has never submitted net density correctly calculated according to the 66 code for PRD developments. The numbers the developers use are non-compliant and misleading. So the 1966 code, which is shown here, defines how to calculate the density. In calculating density, you take the gross area and subtract areas, including the major drainage courses, and areas not retained for the exclusive use and benefit of the residents. So the density presented in the plan includes Deerfield Creek, which is a major drainage course. As you can see here, the developer's own study shows that the creek well exceeds the required minimum peak discharge rate. According to the city's stormwater master plan, a creek with a discharge during a 10-year storm of over 70 cubic feet per second is a major drainage course. The developer has shown Deerfield Creek's output in this area is 330 cubic feet per second. The planning report fails to remove the major drainage course from its calculations since the drainage course is incorporated into the individual lots and is not in its own separate tract. Note that the 66 code does not say to remove major drainage courses from the calculations unless they are incorporated into individual lots. It also begs the question of how the development could have an adequate stream buffer if the houses are that close to a major drainage course. So also included in the density calculation is a utility easement owned by Evergy that has high voltage power lines. Evergy's rights take priority, as Gene has described, over the residents of the proposed development. Evergy can go onto the land at any time, add more infrastructure, demolish any structures built under the lines. Since that chunk of land is not for the exclusive use of the residents, it cannot be included in density calculations. It also calls into question whether it can be used as common open space, meaning the plan doesn't meet criteria 3 and 5. We've calculated net density of the PDP to the standards demanded by the 66 code by subtracting out major drainage course and Evergy easement. This gives a corrected density of 6.2 dwelling units per acre instead of the 3.34 presented in the plan. Based on this, the PDP is 775% as dense as Fall Creek Farms and 270% as dense as Westridge Heights. The decision criterion 7C allows an increase of 134%. The PDP clearly fails decision criterion 7C. For fun, we calculated how many units the developer could do and meet the 134%, and that came out to 4.
Hi, I'm Kate Hannings. So why do accurate density calculations matter so much? Criterion 7C is about whether the PDP will impact the surrounding neighborhoods by increasing the residential density 34% or more above adjacent residential properties. The PDP fails in this in relation both to Fall Creek and Westridge Heights, the only 2 neighborhoods that directly surround the PDP. Planning discounted Fall Creek Farms' density because it's the lowest density neighborhood. However, Fall Creek Farms shares both a name and the largest border with the PDP, and therefore should not be ignored. Criterion 7C does not say adjacent, except for the lowest density properties. Now, the density also determines whether a side yard setback can legally be granted. Code 20701 F4I of the Planning Code states that a side yard setback can only be reduced if the zoning district adjacent to the PD districts is more intense than the base district of the PD according to the lesser change table. Now, the lesser change table ranks zoning districts based on maximum density and structure types allowed by code. It doesn't include PRD2, which is the PDP. Luckily, the city's own planning report identifies RM12D as the most similar current district, which is included on the lesser change table. Now, as you can see on the lesser change table, RS10 and 7, the base districts for Fall Creek and Westridge Heights, are both less intense than RM12D, the base district that, again, according to the city's planning report, is equivalent to the PDP. This means the side yard setback cannot legally be granted. Now, the planning report, instead of using the lesser change table as required by code, uses the incorrectly calculated proposed density of the PDP and compares that to the maximum allowable density of neighboring districts, even though those neighboring districts aren't built to that density. This is comparing apples to oranges. You can either compare the actual densities of all the districts in question or the maximum allowable densities of all the districts. Otherwise, it's just cherry-picking data to get a specific result. The code should be applied equally. Here we compare the maximum allowable density of each district, which again clearly shows that the PDP will be more dense than all neighboring districts. This lines up with the lesser change table and common sense that duplexes on a thin strip of land will be more intense development than single-family homes. So even using this method of comparing district intensities, the side yard setback variance can't legally be granted. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Johnson, and I'm going to present our concerns about the impact of the proposed development on Deerfield Creek and surrounding properties, and how that relates to the planning criteria and Plan 2040. The City's Development Code and Plan 2040 designate stream corridors as environmentally sensitive lands that should be protected, but this proposal would develop land within a defined stream corridor buffer, that is, 50 feet from the stream centre line, particularly units 6 through 12. The conversion of permeable surfaces to impermeable ones will increase the rate and amount of runoff, and so the proposal fails criterion 1.2 of Plan 2040, which is to mitigate development impacts on the watershed. The proposal will not preserve and protect natural surface streams because it would destroy the natural stream networks in the existing woods that collect water and convey it to Deerfield Creek, and so it plans fail 2040 criterion 1.3. In this detail from the proposal, you can see just how close some of the proposed homes will be to the creek. Unit 10 is less than 20 feet from the centre line of the stream, and Unit 9 is not much further at about 27 feet. The inset map shows the city-recognised stream corridor. Some of our properties already suffer from flooding and erosion of Deerfield Creek. The developer claims that the more rapid drainage of the site is a feature, not a detriment, because it will remove water from the area before water from upstream in the watershed arrives. But this is only true if rain is no longer falling on the area covered by the development when the upstream water arrives. How short does a storm have to be for this to be true? In any case, this does not take into account the changed amount and pattern of water input and the effects on erosion. The long-term trend is for Kansas to remain rather dry overall, but these data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration show that Douglas County, Kansas is getting wetter at a rate of 0.3 inches per year per decade. This may not sound like much, but when combined with the data from the next slide, it's certainly a reason to be concerned. The proportion of annual precipitation occurring in one-day events has been increasing since the 1980s in our region. From 1910 to 1990, less than 10% of annual precipitation fell in intense bursts of 1 day or less. Since 1990, the trend has been upward, with some years reaching more than 25%. This combination of increasing precipitation with increasing intensity of precipitation events will put more and more pressure on a stormwater drainage system that's already showing its age. The addition of this densely packed development can only exacerbate the problem. Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Peter Houston. My home on Arizona Place backs up to Deerfield Creek. I've lived here over 23 years, and I've seen the creek run light at times. I've seen it overflow, and I've seen it how well and how poorly the current drainage system functions on my own property and that of my neighbors. Any new housing development must account for stormwater drainage. This PDP shows 2 new concentrated drainage inputs into Deerfield Creek. Thank you. Into Deerfield Creek. Storm drainage from Hidden Lane flows into a culvert that empties on the hillside just above the PDP. This drainage culvert will actually protect Fall Creek Villas, however, by diverting stormwater towards our homes at high velocity. Stormwater from the new street, proposed Tomahawk Court, will enter immediately upstream of the culvert under Castle Drive. This culvert is the pinch point that restricts water flow downstream of Deerfield Creek. My neighborhood, the Westridge Heights development, was platted back in 1977. Drainage may have been adequately planned at that time. That was before the increasing rainfall trend and increasing frequency of intense rainfall events that Stephen just spoke about. The stormwater drain for Deerfield Creek runs under Castle where it intersects Tomahawk Drive, and this drain was designed to accommodate a 25-year storm when it was designed over 50 years ago. Here's a picture of Deerfield Creek flooding a yard at West Timber Court, which is at the southwest and slightly uphill end of the proposed development. Houses in the West Ridge Heights neighborhood all along the length of the proposed development have had water overflowing the creek bank already. This picture shows what the force of the water is capable of. This boulder is one example of many that used to be in the yard of homes upstream and have been carried downstream by the force of water that flows in this creek after heavy rains. It's hard to tell how big that boulder is in the picture, but it's huge. It's enormous. We'll turn this over to David Schufelt, whose home also backs up to Deerfield Creek, so he can provide further evidence of the effects to property owners of an undersized stormwater infrastructure.
I'm David Schufelt, and I live on Arizona Place. As Peter just noted, Deerfield Creek and existing properties have a history of flooding and erosion. Building in the stream corridor buffer on a steep slope while removing most of the tree cover will only increase these issues, perhaps with catastrophic consequences for our neighborhood. There's a stormwater drainage pipe that runs between my neighbor's house and ours and empties into Deerfield Creek behind our homes. During every storm, there is so much water coming down there that it blows a 110-pound manhole cover off and sends water under our deck, eroding the ground under it and then moving into the creek. This had been happening for years. On September 12th, the representative with the city came out and said they're going to have to do major work, not just on a disconnected broken pipe at the outlet to the stream, but all the way back up to the street to completely replace the pipe since it's too small to handle the volume of water going through it. When the crew did the work in November, they were unable to extend the wider pipe up to the street as originally planned due to underground utilities. So we already have a backup of water from a large bottleneck at our properties. The proposed buildings 9 and 10, which are closest to both the creek, our home, which is Lot 5 and where we've had flooding, will be built on steeply sloping land where the ground is already eroding. Trees are already being lost to erosion at the site where they're wanting to put buildings 9 and 10, which are both within the stream corridor buffer. As the land continues to erode at an even faster pace since all of the trees and bushes have to be torn out on that side of the creek, what happens to those buildings? Any attempt to bolster that side of the creek will only force that water toward my home. The developers say they do not impact the creek, but building too close will force homeowners in the future to make amends. Here you can see the water coming up out of the creek into my backyard during just a 5-year flood event. Proposed buildings 9 and 10 will be within 20 feet from the middle of that water. As discussed by the Planning Commission and city engineers, current standards do not allow building that close. Lawrence subdivision regulations, section 20-810 subsection K, and Plan 240 specifically lists stream corridors, the area 50 feet from the center line of the stream, as environmentally sensitive lands to be protected. This plan wants to build in the middle of the stream corridor. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Morris. My wife and I are new residents of Lawrence and live at the bottom of Arizona Street in the cul-de-sac there and back directly onto Deerfield Creek. We're actually neighbors with the Schufelts. As a neighborhood, we have explained a few of our main concerns, but there are some that I would like to reiterate and many that I would like to bring up Again, one, the plan is being presented as though it retains sensitive natural areas, when in fact the slope and almost all the established trees are where the villas would be built, meaning it doesn't create or meet planning criteria 2. As such, there will no longer be a tree buffer between Westridge Heights and the development, despite what their illustrations portray. Also, the loss of trees by developing on this site will affect the natural environment, impacting wildlife, harming human health, degrading quality of life, and reducing property values. 2, the proposed common open space, as we've heard a little bit already tonight, doesn't meet planning criteria 3 and 5, since it is reserved for Evergy and obstructed by major transmission lines along the entire length, covering nearly all of the tract. There are recreational restrictions on this use of this space, as we've already heard, and without claiming that space, the proposal does not provide enough area to meet recreational requirements. 3, we are concerned about the possibility that the developer might have to blast during the construction of these villas. During meetings with our neighborhood, the developer has suggested that they may have to blast, while telling the Planning Commission that they will not. Further, the developers have stated that we may have to allow inspectors into our homes to assess whether they are responsible for the damage caused by subsequent blasting. Code does not allow them to blast within 100 feet of existing structures without written permission from the owner. What happens if they discover they need to blast and it damages homes or they do not get permission as required? And finally, we are concerned that this development is being presented as a relatively affordable housing option. In reality, each side of the planned luxury duplexes will be more expensive than the appraised value of many single-family homes in Westridge Heights. Further, there will have to be an expensive homeowners association that will fund the clearing and maintenance of the utility easement, as well as clearing and repair of the private road that will serve the villas. Therefore, this development does not meet the metric of affordable housing, which the developers have admitted as much in previous commission meetings. So, if this development is approved, it has the potential to damage and flood single-family homes that are more affordable than the luxury villas that have been proposed.
Good evening. I'm Dale Wheeler, and I live on Arizona Street. To recap, this is a complex site the landowner and developer are working with. It's a long, narrow strip of land with powerful overhead transmission lines, steep grades, and a creek fed by streams and springs. These constraints provide challenges to the infill designer. We believe the developer is simply trying to fit too many units on the available acreage in order to maximize the profits from this land. These 3 key points highlight how the proposal fails to meet the city's planning criteria. First, the developer's density calculation has not been calculated to code standards, and the number of dwelling units proposed is too high. The PDP increases density more than 34% allowed. We've used code guidelines to calculate and show an approximate number of dwelling units that complies with the 134% rule. Secondly, the requested side yard setback variance cannot be approved because the base district intensity is greater than the 2 closest neighborhoods. And third, changing the amount and pattern of stormwater inputs into Deerfield Creek creates undue risk of flooding and erosion, the burden of which will be borne by us, the Westridge Heights neighbors. The Planning Commission voted once again to deny this plan by a vote of 6-3. We reviewed each point of the 9-point planning criterion with them, and among their many concerns, they cited the city's recommended stream buffer of 50 feet centered on the stream's flood channel is not met for 8 homes on 4 lots. Concern for the long-term viability of structures built on the stream slopes of the site. Potential for flooding and erosion risks to current and new homeowners are not being addressed. And the loss of mature woodland, the last remaining corridor for wildlife, and a desire to balance infill with other valuable aspects of Plan 2040. I and my neighbors are open to considering a proposal that aligns to the unique landscape features of this site, a plan that complies with regulations with Plan 2040 and the city's other review and decision-making criteria. We are open to a plan that is approved by the planning commissioners. This is not that plan. This plan is deficient in too many areas to overlook. We ask the City Commission to make your decision based on the code and unbiased rational review of the decision criteria. Please remember the city's obligation to existing residents. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Dana Fertig. I live at 201 Arizona, and the creek backs up right to my property. Along my property line, there's several like S's right now the way it is. And I've been in my house since '92. That's 31 years. And with no building back there, no taking away the undergrowth or anything, I've had flooding 10 feet into my yard on numerous occasions. We get those 3 and 4 inch rainfalls. I've already had my yard flooded. And that's with all the slowdown that the existing undergrowth and stuff can do. Can you imagine what it's going to be like without that? The other thing I'd highly recommend, I said this the last time we had a meeting, if you guys have not walked that property, please do. Because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how much it slopes, you know, how they're going to jam houses in there. And please remember, when you walk out there, 95% of what you see will be gone. Just take a copy of their plan with you and look. It'll be gone. You imagine the runoff then? Anyway, don't do it.
Hi, my name is Patrick Webb, and I just want to support some of the research that the neighbors have done. But also, the applicants try to convince you that there will be a lot of 2 acres of undisturbed or maintained native area. Well, that's a border at best around the entire property, which will leave you absolutely no native habitat. The Planning Commission has voted the development down 2 times, so please consider their input. The contractor shouldn't be allowed, in my opinion, to continue to push a project that keeps getting voted down on hopes that you guys will actually approve it. If you look at an aerial photo of the area, you'll see that it's a gem in the entire area. It's the only non-developed area that's left in these neighborhoods, and it is an absolute gem. It's thousands of trees. It's a creek that runs through it. The neighbors love it. It's really needs to be preserved. There's going to be a significant impact to the community of developing it. They've already talked about the flooding and the destruction of those 8 acres of habitat. And like they said before, this will not be affordable housing. This will not help the community. We will not get usable affordable housing for people that really need it. And the new development plan 2040 addresses protecting sensitive areas. This is a sensitive area. If that's really our value in this community, to maintain sensitive areas and protect them, then why would we destroy this 8 acres of untouched woodland? This, in my opinion, should never have been zoned as single-family housing, and it should actually be protected and maybe converted into a wilderness area that people can enjoy, walk through, get rejuvenated. And then another thing, you know, we hear a lot about climate change every day, and you might say, well, this is, okay, this is only 8 acres, how's that going to help? Well, if every community across the nation preserved 8 acres of woodland, it will have an impact. It is important. We need to start valuing our natural areas, because they're not just places that we can build homes. They're actually habitat, and it's important for the community. So please value the natural areas in the community. Thank you.
My name is David Collins. I live at 218 Arizona Street, which is in very close proximity to the study area. I commented at a much earlier meeting of the commission about environmental concerns that I had regarding this project, and that I did not feel were being adequately addressed by the, in particular, the city's stormwater engineer And I think there's been a lot of talk about that. The water drainage problem is one that is going to increase over time, as the chart you saw earlier indicated, in terms of the increasing frequency and volume of one-day storm events. I continue to feel that the development of this project along the power line, where I think inappropriate consideration is being made of the recreational value for people of the Evergy easement, and feel that considering the additional adverse environmental impacts on what has been commented an extraordinary wildlife corridor warrant commission opposition of the development of this project. And I thank you.
Kurt, can you pull up the other public comment? Thank you.
Okay, it's all you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Lisa Weeks. I live at 208 Arizona Street. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak with you today. I wish to bring your attention to the ecological significance of Deerfield Creek and how its preservation has been clearly outlined in the city's 2040 plan. The area being proposed for development includes Deerfield Creek, approximately 8.39 acres of woodlands, emergent wetlands, and cool season grasslands, bordered by a stream. Because this stretch of wildland exists in suburbia, it acts as a sanctuary and a refuge for countless wildlife, and because it borders a stream, it acts as a vital wildlife corridor. Tonight, we will show you slides with screenshots taken directly from Plan 2040. I want to express my gratitude for this plan and the alignment I feel with it as a member of this community. I literally could not have put it better myself. Let's start with our community vision. There are two words that stick out to me: boldly innovative. By definition, innovative means two things: featuring new methods, advanced and original, and two, introducing new ideas, original and creative thinking. While I believe in this wholeheartedly and see this concept reflected in many of our city's decisions, I also recognize a gap in where we envision ourselves and where we are now. It is my belief that by starting with the preservation of Deerfield Creek, we can begin to move closer to that vision and shrink that gap, a vision that matches Plan 2040. According to that plan, sensitive lands are considered as 1, rare animal and plant habitats, 2, floodways and floodplains, 3, high-quality agricultural soil, 4, native prairies, 5, urban tree canopy, 6, wetlands and stream corridors, 7, stream corridors, and 8, steep slopes. What makes this habitat rare is its size and connectivity within a developed urban neighborhood. Although not technically a floodplain, it should be noted that flooding events, as reported by neighbors, occur relatively frequently in the wake of large precipitation events. Emergent wetland plant species occur near the stream edges, indicating its relationship with water and flooding events. The stream acts as a corridor for diverse population of wildlife, including the bobcat pictured here. And to top it all off, the stream is at the bottom of a steep slope, measuring a 10 to 18% grade. Deerfield Creek meets 6 of the 9 criteria for sensitive lands.
Hello, I'm Ann Bailey. I live at 3600 West Timber Court. According to Plan 2040, watersheds consist of surface waters such as rivers, streams, lakes, and groundwater. Deerfield Creek, as a watershed, provides drinking water for wildlife, as well as diverse native landscapes and wildlife habitat. As stated in Plan 2040, quote, protection of our natural resources and watershed is essential to maintain the health of all living things, end quote. This includes people. According to the National Centers for Environmental Information, excuse me, the NCEI, excuse me, Kansas expected annual precipitation is on the rise. Additionally, Douglas County is expected to have an increase in one-day extreme precipitation events due to climate change. Deerfield Creek is providing an invaluable service for us all. Simply for existing, the ecosystem services of Deerfield Creek include, but are not limited to, flood control, erosion control, water purification, refuge for beneficial insects, carbon sequestration, and nutrient cycling. Do I keep going? Okay. Luckily, we are living in a time when more and more people are discovering the value of open spaces. This includes Douglas County along with the City of Lawrence. I am pleased to know that this concept is clearly outlined in our 2040 plan as well. Deerfield Creek offers a perfect opportunity to lean into these concepts, to make them real and visceral. Preservation and protection of our wild green spaces has the capacity to enhance natural areas of the community, recognizing sensitive lands and incorporating them as preserved features.
Good evening, I'm Connie Schufeld. I live at 213 Arizona Place. When it comes to our urban environment, there are specific strategies that are stressed in Plan 2040. Strengthening environmental protection, sustainability, using green infrastructure, and the best stormwater management practices with our building development. Permeable surfaces utilizing vegetation for erosion control to help sink water back into our soil for some examples. We know that paved surfaces, roofs, and other non-permeable substrates associated with buildings exacerbate the problem with water runoff. The Fall Creek Villas would do exactly that, exacerbate a problem that already exists on a steep slope with a stream already working as hard as she can. What if this space of Deerfield Creek not only acted as a corridor for wildlife, but a corridor for the community? If this land was to be set aside for conservation and trails were put in, we would have a green belt, connecting neighborhoods, connecting animals, and connecting us back to nature. The restorative potential that Deerfield Creek has should not be ignored. This place is special. Numerous animals think so, and so do the residents that live along her banks. To be boldly innovative, we must think outside the constructs of what has been done before or what has always been done. To be true to our city's vision, bold innovation requires both risk and imagination. Do not miss the opportunity that is before you today, the chance to envision what is possible, to walk in alignment with our values, to preserve and reimagine Deerfield Creek.
Hi, I'm Willow. In conclusion, the development proposed along Deerfield Creek should not be recommended for the following reasons. Deerfield Creek can be identified as a sensitive area, watershed, stream corridor, integral habitat for local wildlife, native urban woodland and canopy, greenbelt linking neighborhoods, stream or riparian buffer, steep slope. The plans for Fall Creek Villas do not offer bold innovation, green infrastructure, living building components, innovative water solutions, including permeable surfaces and retention of vegetation on the slope. This proposal would devastate the wildlife, the neighborhood, and Deerfield Creek. To show you the living community that is Deerfield Creek, here are the photos of this slideshow, which were all taken by Stephen Johnson in his neighborhood of West Ridge Heights. On April 11th of this year, wildlife biology graduate Rachel Alai recorded the dawn chorus capturing the songs of 29 species of bird. These trees were also surveyed along the creek that same morning. When I was told about how the development of proposal of Fall Creek Villas was to be squeezed into a very active wild green space and corridor, I was not only devastated and shocked, but I was struck by the very lack of innovation. In fact, this story of building whatever we want, wherever we want, whenever we want, has caused has caused global destruction and at its core is very unimaginative, the opposite of who I know this city to be. By advising against the proposal of Fall Creek Villas, you're acting boldly. You are acting in accordance with our goals as a community and a city. Our decisions we make today directly impact the future we build for tomorrow. Please take this decision as an opportunity to move us in the right direction, the direction aligned with our highest values. Thank you for your time.
I believe we only had 2.
I'll wing it.
It may be attached to the agenda so I can
PDF
pull
from
it
this
up.
morning.
Okay. Okay. I'm not going to be able to share it on the screen, but it's in the packet, so they'll be able to see it.
Very good. I'll go and get started. My name is William Zung. I am a certified floodplain manager and a project management professional. I'm a consultant, hydrologist for floodplain mapping services to FEMA, to the state, to the Corps of Engineers. I've been doing that work for 23 years now, and a resident of Lawrence for 25 years. I do not live in this watershed. I was asked to be here today by the Westridge Heights community to just kind of provide my professional input on hydrology, hydraulics, and flood risk. So in the packet, you'll see from the past presentations that there's plenty of flood risk here from the past pictures. So I won't belabor the point there that there is flood risk from anywhere from a 10-year event all the way up to a 100-year event and more so. We talked about it's not a floodplain. So FEMA and the flood insurance rate map stopped their mapping near Deerfield Park. They did not continue that mapping upstream. That doesn't mean it's not a flood risk. There's still a stream there, there's still flood risk present. But that flood insurance rate map is going to show it as an area of minimal flood hazard. And we know that's not true. So the city has the opportunity to manage the flood risk within this area. Several pictures of the area. So there, you got the culvert, and then the culvert continues on downstream through a 6-foot diameter pipe and discharges all the way out there at Deerfield Park. It's about 1,500 feet further downstream where it discharges. Said 25-year event was what it was designed for. So roadway overtopping during a 100-year event is a real thing. I have not seen a revised or the drainage study. But going by the past drainage studies, I think in March-ish or so, early this year, and did show the 100-year overtopping Cassold and inundating Cassold. So adding impervious surfaces, removing trees, not mitigating the flood risk there is just going to exacerbate the problem. So ways to get around it. So like I mentioned, I provide a lot of services for FEMA headquarters as well as the regions. And one of my jobs is to meet with community officials, meet with mayors, meet with councilmen to promote flood risk management. And the current approach is to talk about natural and nature-based features, such as greenways, land conservation, especially tree canopy. So that's an emerging field for floodplain management. And there's plenty of guidelines out there from national and international, and the plan is already including those features already that you already saw in presentation. So lastly, why go backwards when we could look forward thinking? We got the opportunity to change. We got the opportunity to adjust, to adapt to changing climate. So let's take the action to preserve what we have. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dave Swanson. I live at 200 Arizona Street in the last home on the downstream side of Deerfield Creek in Westridge Heights. I'd like to point out some of the more subjective topics about the PDP, which hopefully you'll consider and I think goes against the overarching values of Plan 2040. In the late 70s and early 80s, when Westridge Heights was being developed, the only major artery in the area was 6th Street. But the surrounding current major streets, Castle, Peterson, and Monterey, were 2-lane dirt roads. The determining proponents of these neighborhoods of Westridge Heights and Fall Creek Farms didn't think to put in any parks or feel the need to keep any green space, perhaps because it was so rural then and open space was very nearby. Map 7 of the 2019 Parks and Recreation Master Plan shows areas underserved by Parks and Rec. This map shows areas within a half-mile walking radius of any park. Anything outside of this area constitutes a low-service area. While Deerfield Park is our closest city park, it's now cut off from our neighborhood by private homes and four-lane busy castle that has no nearby crosswalks, and so isn't within reach of walking by half a mile. If this PDP is approved, it will remove the only remaining green and open space accessible to this neighborhood. We already have parents who put up drive slowly signs in an effort to keep their kids safe while they play. Of the approximately 277 acres in the two combined subdivisions of Westridge Heights and Fall Creek, only the PDP's 8 acres remain unplatted for existing or proposed residences. That's about 97% either developed or planned to be developed. You won't find another neighborhood in Lawrence that has that high of a percentage of development compared to park and green space. Do infield needs really require 100% residential development? So I'd like you to consider whether this PDP, which has no walkable access to city parks and takes away useful remaining green space, is within the goals of Plan 2040. If you compare the planning, housing, and environmental problems we now face against those goals with a possible little forethought that was developed our neighborhood 40 plus years ago, I don't want our commissioners, our city planners, our developers, and our Lawrence residents to see in 5 or 10 years down the road that this is an example of something we could have done differently, done better, or not done at all. And in my remaining couple seconds, I'd like to say that boulder that you saw in some early photographs, that's on my property, and the point that you see that is now down in the stream, I could, a mere 2 years ago, I could walk out onto that boulder, onto that point, which is now is down into the stream. So, thank you.
Good evening. My name's Heather Shore. I'm at 3500 Riverview Road. I live next to Jean Shepherd. You've heard the legal reasons why this should not go forward, but I wanted to tell you a couple of practical reasons. First of all, I have children. My children play in the area. The creek flooding is a very serious issue. There are children that play in the creek, and there are objects that are carried downstream in this creek. So this is an issue that needs to be addressed, not just because of this development, but for the city, for the betterment of the community. Secondly, if we don't do something about the flooding and it continues, those of us that have houses in this neighborhood, which are here, all of our property values will be impacted. They will be affected. So that's something that you should consider. Thirdly, I walk this corridor. It's really a green space to those of us that live in the neighborhood already. I walk this corridor at 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock in the morning, all the time. And all of the pictures of the animals that you see, I see with my kids. I see my neighbors out walking. And so I just want you to think about, as you're walking away tonight or thinking about this development, if we really are, as a community, trying to move forward in bettering Lawrence, bettering the looks of Lawrence, how we want to bring people into the city who value the community, value nature. I mean, these things are really happening in our backyard, and we have a very short, limited ability, time frame to kind of preserve that. And so I hope you'll take that seriously. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Margaret Rose. I live on Arizona Place, and I've lived there almost 28 years. My house is about 40 years old. Our neighborhood's been around a while. Shortly after moving in, I called Mr. Gene Fritzl with my concern for potential development in the woods behind my house and asked if I could buy some of that land. He said there was nothing planned and nothing platted for that area, and that he was intent on keeping some native vegetation under the power lines. Please remember, the family of developers that is promoting this plan is the same family that illegally filled up a lake with city water in one of their developments along Bob Billings Drive. And one member has gone to prison for his building practices. I don't think we should trust them to build responsibly. A word land plan used was shoehorn. They had to shoehorn this plan into a very narrow strip of land on steep and rocky terrain with a creek running right through it. Some of the proposed units have the creek bed as their backyard and are 12 feet from the banks. The creek bed itself is 26 feet wide behind my house and very close to my property line. Who is going to be liable for erosion of yards once the developers are paid and gone? Replacing 6 acres of trees and undergrowth with impermeable surfaces is of course going to mean that every bit of rainfall on it will end up in the creek, along my backyard and the backyard of neighbors. Most trees will be bulldozed for the duplexes themselves. There will be hardly any trees left in the yard of the duplexes, which they want to make only 10 feet apart. These are trees that now filter and catch runoff. This development would lower my property value, degrade the environment, and it's simply not fair to me and my neighbors who will bear the brunt of damages from increased stormwater runoff. I hope you will deny the plan for Fall Creek Villas because it is such a bad idea in such a sensitive woods and waterway ecosystem. Thank you very much.
I'm Chris Joseph. Excuse me. I live in Fall Creek. On behalf of the neighbors that live up the hill who are less impacted than the folks below, we too are opposed to this plan. Let me tell you, the main concern is what it does to not only neighbors below the hill, but downstream. Last time we were here, there was a presentation or part of the package from somebody who was concerned, an expert on stream design and flooding, that said, yeah, there's a problem here. That matches the pictures. There's a real risk to flooding and erosions to folks that are in the neighborhood that you're hearing from, plus downstream. This time, we bring a hydrologist. We have a local member of the community who does this for a living saying, yeah, watch out. You're gonna flood people out. You're gonna cause problems. The issue is this: are you going to hand developers profit on the backs of people that live in this community now in order for them to maximize profit with a very dense development in an odd area? The answer should be no, obviously. One thing that I heard last time a lot of was, well, trust the process. There's going to be things that will happen to take care of this. Apparently, the developers must provide a revised stormwater study for staff review, not for your review, for staff review. This has been going on for a couple of years now. If we need a revised stormwater study to see whether or not it's going to cause flooding, we have a hydrologist, we have a former expert saying, yeah, this is a problem. Say no to them now. Say no to them. At least get the ducks in a row and prove to you that this is not going to cause flooding and erosion and damages to existing neighborhoods, not only the neighbors you're hearing from, but over Castled downstream, you got some problems. Neighbors in Fall Creek don't trust this. We don't trust the process. It's been opaque to us. We've turned a couple times to seek input, and we haven't gotten it. We don't trust the process for a good cause. Last time we were here, there was a pause. There was actually 2 meetings. If you recall, somebody asked to continue it. Shortly after that, I don't know if I was supposed to get this, but I got a hold of a memo where developer representatives met with city representatives, and they talked about the concerns and issues and how to present to you next time. We weren't invited. Neighbors down the hill weren't invited. We don't trust the process.
Hello, good evening. My name is Patrick Ross. I'm here to speak on behalf of the neighborhood. My childhood home is on Arizona Street. My parents still live there. I lived there for the first 25 years of my life. So I currently reside in Los Angeles, California. I'm a filmmaker, so I wanted to hopefully offer a bit more of a poetic take on the subject. I really enjoyed all of the well-articulated arguments from the members of the community. But I just wanted to share a story that when I was young, I remember very vividly going into the forest and woods and finding some deer tracks. And this was like the heyday of Steve Irwin and those types of nature shows. So I went back home and grabbed my mini DV camera and went out and started pretending that I was Steve Irwin on a nature show. And sure enough, I came across the very deer that was setting those tracks. And it was a beautiful moment that I cherish and feel very privileged to have been able to live adjacent to native wildlife that is under threat in this day and age. And as someone who lives in the concrete jungle of Los Angeles, I can tell you very much how much I appreciate coming back to Lawrence in that very distinction of land usage. And so I just wanted to give my 2 cents on the matter. I wasn't planning on speaking. I actually got in on an overnight flight this morning, so a little delusional, but I thought I'd take the opportunity to speak before the Lawrence City Commission for the first time in my life. It's a city very near and dear to my heart. I hope you can listen to and support the wishes of the community. And then just a few terms that I've overheard in the evening discussion that I wanted to comment on. The term public improvement plan is used, and I find it ironic that all of the public here is very much adamantly against this proposal, so I'd like you to take that into consideration in your decision. I heard the gentleman earlier say that sensitive land will be protected during the development. I don't know about you, but I think the best way to protect sensitive land is to not develop on it. He also said that it's not ideal recreation as a hillside. And I don't know about you, but I've always enjoyed hills. I implore you, as someone else did earlier, to walk the property. I think you would disagree with that statement. And then the other quote that stuck out that he said was that it's an ideal place for walkout basements. And I don't think the Lawrence City Commission should support a statement like that to endorse the destruction of a woodland area. And as the sign says outside the door, the cardboard sign, it says, what side of history will you be on? And I beg you to answer that question yourself. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I am Wells Unruh, and I live on 204 Arizona Street. So I'm in the cul-de-sac there, but I'm not directly by the creek. But however, I'm here to not only hear from myself, but I'm here for my neighbors. They've done a fantastic job displaying their concerns of what's going on, what's being proposed here. But I'm also here for my 9-year-old son, Bodie, and my 3-year-old daughter, Maya. They're at home watching me right now. So I told them I would be here, and you guys, if some of you might know what it's like to be shunned by a 9-year-old if you don't do what you're going to do, say what you're going to say, I better do it. So from there, I'm going to just tell you, I moved here 13 years ago, and I fell in love with this neighborhood. The trees, the creeks, the wildlife was just amazing. And we didn't have any kids at that point, so it was like, this is just a beautiful place to raise a family. So when this came out, I told them, of course, I'd come down here and talk, but I just couldn't resist to move here, right? So a city that has respected its citizens' concerns and preserves the limited green space shows that my younger generation that I'm raising today, that Lawrence is a great place to live, just a beautiful place to live. And if they see that, these generations will stick around and want to do good things here as well, like we all did when we grew up. But I love this city, and I hope that these concerns resonate with all of us here and what your beliefs are and what is right. So thank you for your time.
My name's Ron Gacious, and I'm a housing advocate. I'm a volunteer, I'm a board member,
and I'm a past member of the city's Affordable Housing Advisory Board. I'm tired of these discussions where we raise the same issues over and over again, the identical same issues over and over again every time we have a private development project come forward to do infill, increased density projects in our community. Plan 2040 says that we have a priority for residential development that's infill and increases density. This is that project. Now, Plan 40 also tells us that we want to protect the characteristics of our neighborhoods. And we want to improve our sustainability and improve the livability of our community. But you can't do that without housing. And it doesn't say any place in Plan 2040 that if you have water issues, you shouldn't develop. If you're eliminating green space, you shouldn't develop it. It doesn't say that. It says there's a priority for infill, increased density residential development. And as you're doing that, you need to consider the characteristics of the neighborhood and sustainability and livability of our community. You can do both, but we still need the residential development. Now, I think that as the water issues are concerned, you should listen to your in-house professional staff, your licensed geologist, your licensed professional engineers, and the consultants that the city hires to advise you on these issues, rather than the folks that have no formal training or already complaining about the water in their backyard under the current system, or who casually observe that, yes, it's a lot of beautiful green space, it's an animal corridor, it's my green space because I'm on the other side of the creek and I look at it all the time. As it applies to the land use issues, the green space issues, if the city wants this to be open space, let the city buy it. As it is right now, it's been earmarked for residential development for nearly 60 years. And we've got a developer that's willing to comply with all of the city's requirements for water control, comply with all of the utility easement requirements, and build housing that we badly need in this community. We need to find ways to say yes to these kinds of projects instead of looking at the excuses to say no. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers, and I'm not advocating for or against this project, but I do support his comments, because how is it that whenever there's a new housing project that increases density, that suddenly all the neighbors, they care greatly about the environment? But here's the question: how many of these people do you see coming up to the Sustainability Advisory Board? I mean, when it comes to actual environment stuff, how many of them are advocating for other stuff when it's not duplexes being built in their neighborhood? And I read another statement. It's like, how suddenly there's so many bird lovers when someone wants to build a wind farm. And that's what, I mean, it may be some valid, there's very well could be validity here. But I'm saying some of these people, I don't think they really care about the environment. They have a reason to argue against this. And that's what it seems like. It seems like when this happens, all the neighbors, they go and they find every single reason they can to argue against it. And so I just want to throw that out there. And when it comes to the environment, don't you have a sustainability department? I mean, shouldn't you be listening to them as opposed to neighbors who are just going to come up with anything they can to try to stop it? So that's one thing I'm challenging you. And also when it comes to like the duplexes aren't affordable. Do you see anyone here that's going to potentially buy a duplex here complaining that they're not affordable? The only ones complaining that they're not affordable are the property owners that live next to it who already own a house, they're not going to buy one of them. And let me just say this, I'm a renter, I don't live in the neighborhood, and I support duplexes being built even if they're not affordable because it increases competition, it can bring down prices of other properties. So I just want to throw that out there, and it increases our housing availability, and we need that. So I'm against that whole, well, these aren't affordable, so we can't build them. Because if we don't build them, nothing's going to get built. And that's even less affordable. Let's see what else I have. Oh, and yeah, like, will this project increase the number of total residences for sale? And also, I just want to say this: I live in. Why is it we can't have increased density in this neighborhood? You know, like, East Lawrence is full of density. Why can't West Lawrence have some density in it? Thank you.
Hi, Courtney Shipley. We've met. I just wanted to discuss a couple of the last comments, not just the last commenter, but, and I know that you're all intelligent enough to unravel the conflation of affordable housing, infill, and density. Let us not fall a prey to buzzwords and ignorance of Plan 2040, and understand that not every infill project is appropriate for every geographical location. Thank you.
Hi. I'm Jamie Joseph, and I live in Fall Creek Farms as well. And my daughter's 13, but these were the boots that she walked a lot of miles in while living at Hidden Lane. She's not here in Lawrence. She's across the Pacific coast because we were unable to help her with her mental health during COVID, and nowhere around Topeka, Lawrence, Kansas City were we able to get the help that we need. Mental health is huge. Noise pollution, air pollution, all of it. I remember her during these days. We were going to Walmart to buy a tent because she knew a wolf lived in the forest. We're like, a wolf? You know, come on, kid. But we're like, no, that's what she sees. That's what she hears. That's what she wants to know. And she wants to seek the truth. So she wants to be out there. She wants to watch it. She wants to see if there's a wolf out there. So we're her parents. We go to Walmart and we're out there. It gets a little dark, gets a little creepy, and we're not out there for more than an hour. But she still thinks there's wolves out there. We've had baby bobcats come up, and we had to stairs off of our deck and playing with the sponge that I left out there that I was supposed to be washing the windows with, and tossing it up in the air and playing. And there's a lot of memories for kids, and there's a lot of green space that we need to protect and cherish. And she's not here to ask you to do that, but I am. And at age 6, she chose to be a vegetarian. We're not vegetarians, but she loves animals. And she's like, if I love animals, why would we kill animals and eat animals, Mom? I mean, what's that about? Why are you eating animals? You say you like animals, you say you love them, but you're killing them and you're eating them because you think you have to. Yeah, we think we all have a lot that, you know, we think we're all right, and we all want to be right, and nobody really knows who's going to be right in the end, right? I mean, we're just all trying to get through life, and we're all just trying to make the next day a little better for somebody else, and we're trying to leave a little bit of space and a little bit of green for somebody else. And my kid was recently diagnosed on the spectrum, and Dr. John goes, our kids' brains work the way they do to help solve the world's problems. Most people think within a box, and your kids know no box. So I ask you tonight to vote no on this development, so more kids can get in these shoes and walk in green space. And please allow the green space to remain so my kid's brain can help the next generation.
Time.
Thank you.
Is there any, doesn't look like there's any more comment in here. Sherry, looks like there's some folks online or in Zoom that want to comment.
Yes, Rob Richardson.
Good evening, members of the commission. As I was sitting here tonight and I heard about flooding in the backyards, I was curious because having been a planning director for almost 20 years, I've seen several cases where people would testify about water in their backyards, yet the lots that they bought had drainage easements on them. I wasn't surprised to find that all the lots along the creek in West Ridge, First and Second, have drainage easements of 35 to 40 feet in their backyards. They were intended to flood by the developer. That's where the water is supposed to go. When the city is in dire need of new housing, I think we have to look at all of the facts and come to the conclusion, much as Mr. Gash said, that we need housing, we need it now, the plan calls for infill housing, and this is an excellent place for it. The other lots were designed to have water come into their backyards from the lot line 35 to 40 feet, which is about what we saw in the picture. So it's functioning as it was designed in the 70s and 80s to function as a drainage corridor. Now, many of us don't look at what our plat says before we buy our homes, and many people wouldn't even know that. And so please don't hold that against them tonight, but know that the fact is that if you pull up those plats on the county's mapping system, as I did tonight, they show drainage easements. We need housing, and the drainage appears to be functioning as it was intended to. Please approve this development. Thank you.
Rachel Alai.
Mom, we had a machine that farmed the ground.
Hello.
That's you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Alai, and thank you for making this possible to meet virtually. I have a sick kid and a big pregnant belly. And I wanted to just share a little bit of my experiences that I've had with Deerfield Creek. So my degree is in wildlife biology, and I have spent over a decade building wildlife bridges. Not here in Kansas, but down in Costa Rica. And so adapting that to Kansas has been a pretty interesting, process, because I started wanting to build bridges in a figurative and also physical way. And the best way to do that in Kansas is to focus on our streams and our waterways. So I want to explain just a little bit of why corridors, because we've been throwing around this idea of corridors and why they're so important. And corridors are connecting. And so the issue with our ecosystems right now is they're fragmented, and our planet is sick. And what's happening is it's coming out with all these the climate change and these big weather events and all this stuff. And so to help mitigate that, it's bringing these ecosystems back together again. And so where we have the most intact habitats is along our streams and our wetlands. And so it can feel like a really big idea that we're not quite sure where to start on, like where to protect. And if we focus on our streams, we focus on our waterways, those places are connected naturally by the water, because we haven't been able to clear all the way up to the banks. And that's the other thing about, let's see. So they exist and they connect to each other because we haven't been able to wipe them all out yet. And I also wanted to just say another thing that I started with, God, the timing. I've been upstairs by myself for the last 4 hours and he just came upstairs. Anyways, funny how that works. But I wanted to speak to what Chris said about the community or the neighbors not not caring about the environment, and it's not true. So I just wanted to say this has been a doorway for everybody to learn more about this.
Thank you.
Melinda Bull.
Hello. I want to first thank everyone that has spoke before me. There was a lot of great information and wonderfully placed presentation for this. I also even want to thank the developer for doing the work and, you know, placing at least some initiative. However, there's a couple things that I wanted to just quickly address. And the first is housing. I know it's a hot topic. Affordable housing is definitely one. And in line with that, the concept of infill. One thing I'm just really disappointed in not seeing is focus on not just infill as far as clearing out a green space, because that will come with some friction, it will. But rather, another type of infill, which is using current developed area. Maybe it's not good for the bottom line. I don't know. I'm not a developer, but that's really something that I believe would be met with open arms across the board. We have areas in town. 23rd and Louisiana is one. The corner, Louisiana Purchase. Those areas, 31st and Iowa. Certain there's other areas across town. I know those are kind of more commercial areas, but the boldly innovative spirit, consider putting in and changing, obviously, zoning, but for some mixed use and residential placement. I really think that really could help. Again, I'm not a developer, but I think the city could really, it would behoove them to take a look at that concept. It's sort of there now on 23rd with the proxy development, but something to that effect. You wouldn't have to worry about grocery, food deserts, because there's, you know, on those main corridors especially, it's pretty pedestrian friendly as well. And, you know, regarding the plan at hand tonight, the topography, the creek, and the Evergy easement are really kind of the trifecta of showing us it's just not the spot. Location, 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 right? This just really isn't the spot for this type of development. Maybe a 4-unit thing that was mentioned as far as density goes, but even that just seems a little extreme for this area, and we have to really consider flooding. Flooding is a true issue that we already have, but it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. There's areas in.
Time.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Dustin Stumbling Bear.
Good evening. So we always hear about every project, not the place, not the place, not the place. Well, it's got to be the place, because without more housing, nothing else gets more affordable. Chris Flowers alluded to it. With this housing, perhaps it's not the cheapest, yet people who are living in some housing that is cheaper would be able to move into this housing, opening up cheaper housing for other people who can move into that. It's a flow. And so arguing that every single project should be below a certain threshold, otherwise we won't approve it, means no housing will ever be built. Means we're never going to get ahead, means no one's going to we're never going to address this houselessness issue. Second, I appreciate the comments regarding the flooding, but as was pointed out, that was by design. And the large part of that area was built over streams and creek beds intentionally. This was done. This is how we have developed this town. And we can't keep saying that neighborhoods need to have low density and that somehow will also lead to affordability. A 0.8 residential dwelling unit per acre does not lend itself to affordability in any way, shape, or form, and we all know this. I'm pretty sure one of the commissioners is going to speak to this. I would hope she would. And this is just how I feel we need to move forward. Please approve this project. I know the individuals feel passionate about it, yet if we don't start moving forward with any housing, we're never going to get to address affordable housing or the houselessness issue. Thank you.
Emily Stewart.
I just wanted to say how proud of my family I am for working on this development. I know you've spent a lot of time trying to make Lawrence a better place and trying to create as affordable of housing that can be permitted with the building codes that are available and everything that you've done to provide for us. And I just wanted to tell you how grateful we are and how this opportunity could really make a difference for all of the workers who will be working on the project. A lot of the blue collar workers would include the asphalt crew, it would include the framers, it would include the roofers, it would include the dirt work people, it would include all the different Lawrence residents that this will create income, which then will also create tax revenue. It will help keep our students housed in houses because we know from Rob Richardson, we know that we need 300 new homes per year to maintain our tax base. And I'm really hopeful that you guys will help get this project moving through. I'm really hopeful that the neighbors will know that the creek will be handled with care and that all of us can work together to help create step-up housing in Lawrence, Kansas, and make Lawrence continue to be a wonderful place to live. That's it.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay. With that, given that there were so many comments, I would give Land Plan the opportunity to go ahead and, have another.
Phil Struble, Land Plan Engineering, and respect for your time, I'm just going to cover a few of them. There's a lot of material to dig into, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. First of all, I was going through my notes from when we were here April 11th and heard your comments and stuff. And, we tried to incorporate what we heard about the drainage area and about staying away from the creek and minimizing our impact on the site. And we went back to our client and we tried to incorporate those things into this. We're not touching the creek. I want to segue that into, so, the process is a preliminary plan. And I can give you 4 or 5 examples of other recent projects we've taken through you guys, or some of you guys, and have gone back to city staff, Kyle, the guys at MSO, and the plan that is going to come back as a final development plan, as a final plat, is different because we couldn't meet all their requirements, all their street slopes, all their sewer setbacks, all the stream corridor setbacks. And once we get into the hard engineering of cutting all the cross sections and doing field survey and having a crew on site and having actual data that we shoot, we're not pulling it off the city's GIS or USGS maps or whatever that we need. We've got actual hard data, and I make no bones about it. I mean, that changes a lot of things. But that's a lot of work, and that's why this is a preliminary development plan at this point in time. And so we're prepared to go through those studies once we get all that hard data that we can look at. And if it means bringing that information back to you all and you want an update, you want the ability to review it, yeah. I mean, because we're not going to get it past the MSO guys and the planning staff until it meets all that stuff anyway. So that causes me no concern whatsoever. We want it done right. There's some benefits to our project coming in. So one of them, it's a benefit to you, is that it's a private street now. And that's one of the concessions we had to make with Evergy to creep into their easement so we can get further away from the creek. We couldn't do that with a public right-of-way, and they didn't want a public right-of-way in their easement that paralyzed it. It'll cross them, but so we had to make some concessions with them. It's a private street, so it's up to us to maintain. It's not on the city's maintenance schedule, but the construction of that street is identical to a city street. Another one is that the creek is all on the development side of the project. There is no easement for that creek today. I mean, if there was something to go on that would require, city staff to go in there and do some maintenance, you couldn't do it today. I mean, but when we develop it, you're going to get the easement that is part of our design that defines the stream corridor through there, and you're going to get an easement to where if there is a need for the city staff to go in there and do some maintenance on this creek because of some flooding issues, I mean, the drainage basin is 98% developed. I mean, these people are getting flooded today. We have no dog in that hunt. I mean, the pictures that you see, the boulder that gets washed up, yeah, doggone it, our study showed that that's exactly what's going to happen. It showed that Castle is going to overtop at the 50 and 100-year storm. It's supposed to. I mean, that's how it's designed. Now, if today's standards and based on city criteria, they want to change that, I guess we probably ought to have that conversation. But we don't have. We're not a contributor to that. And Kyle's here, and he'll testify to that. We've worked with them throughout this whole process, trying to just do as good a job as we can. He's got copies of our models that we use at this early stage to define the flows that go through that creek. Our development doesn't change those models at all. It'll change it at Castle. Like 1.5%, which is what was anticipated. So I encourage you to ask him to verify what I'm telling you about the drainage issues. The whole neighborhood presentation about our impact on those people getting flooded are not caused by us, and what minimal impact we have is included in our studies and is within the criteria and the limitations set forth through our design standards, through our approval standards. Which brings me to another third point would be, city staff has recommended approval of this project for a reason. It's not because they didn't have time to look at it. I mean, we've exhausted this project and going through a lot of iterations on how we've laid things out. One of them would be the slopes. We had some joking going on. I presumed it was that about walkout basements. The walkout basements for this are critical because it limits the entire footprint that we have in the area that we disturb. I mean, literally, the back of the house is as far as we disturb on this property because it has a walkout basement. We don't have to go any further than that. If it were any other kind of structure like we build in a lot of other neighborhoods, we would grade all the way to the back property line. But because of the slope of the site, I mean, our walkout basement is right here, and we don't have to disturb any more on the property whatsoever. A fourth point would be, it doesn't bother me, but we got beat up because this is an affordable housing project. I've been involved from day one, and we've never told anybody it's an affordable housing project. Now, on the other side of it is, it feeds the affordable housing project because it gives everybody a place to grow up to, right? So it opens up a lot of other housing market segments that they can get into. Infill projects are never going to be clean. I want to get some housing going in Lawrence. This has been zoned for housing for a long time. We're trying to find a way to get it done. And it's up to you guys to decide whether you want it or not. Obviously, I'm biased. I think it's a pretty good project. I appreciate it. I know a lot of these neighbors, really super good people. And one of those things that, it pains me to be on the other side of the argument on a lot of this stuff. But that's kind of the business we're in. We're trying to get houses going. And, there'll be more of these. This isn't the last one of these infill struggles that we're going to get faced with. I can tell you that because I'm working on some more of them. So, because Plan 2040 is designed around infill. I mean, that's what we're looking at. And okay, let's try to do that. But that's what that's entirely built around, and we're trying to fulfill those. A few other things I could touch on, but with that, I'm just going to let it go, and I'd be happy to answer any questions as you're deliberating, as you go through it. I appreciate your time and your consideration and all you do for Lawrence. Thank you.
Could I ask Bill a question?
Sure.
Just a real quick question. You said at the beginning that you would be willing to bring this back up to the final design and have us look at and approve it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. I don't know what the mechanism is.
I don't know if that would-
A condition
I don't know.
on there, a condition on approval of we doing that. I'd be delighted to do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Kyle, since you're here, if you could talk to the drainage that Phil was describing.
Yeah, so I think what he was referring to is their HEC-RAS models. They've developed those models from the original time that this came. It is a steeply sloped creek with fast velocities. So just to make sure that the 100-year water surface that we're looking at is a conservative water surface and it doesn't have any supercritical flows in it. That was I think what he was referring to is, and that's maybe above and beyond what we would normally do for most preliminary plats. To do that level of modeling at this point, but it's what we asked for, and that's to show us so that we can look at that and determine where those 100-year flows would be in relation to the houses near the property and the infrastructure.
Yeah, and in addition to that, just was curious about the contributing factor of it that Phil was describing, that the project itself, I think he said was probably, I'm calculating when he contributed about 2% of the downflow, considering what's going on above it. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, that's about what the models show.
Okay, all right.
I have a question, sir.
Yep.
They were speaking of the topping event of the 100-year flood or other heavy rainfall incidents. I was walking through the area the other day and I noticed there's a drainage way, a secondary spillway, basically open space alongside the currents buried system that goes through the neighborhoods to the east. Is that where the topping event is supposed to flow into or towards, into that open space that overlays the buried pipe?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Since it's opened up for discussion, or if you guys have.
I have a question too for
Okay.
Sandy, maybe.
Couple questions. One, can you talk about your analysis on obviously the neighbors brought up the exclusive use and whether or not that can be counted in the calculation, the West Star easement?
Certainly. We see properties all the time that have existing easements on them. That is still property within the project that gets to have an assigned use to it. Evergy was an integral part of the review of this project, and we had that very specific discussion about can that property be used under or within the utility easement? And the answer was yes, it can be used. That was one of the questions that we asked of the Planning Commission and that I would ask of you. Staff did count it as toward the open space of the project. It's not going to have a building there. It can be used for activity. If the commission believes that it should be excluded from that calculation, either for open space or density calculations or any of those other components of the project, then that should be a direction, and we will go back and work with the applicant, and they're going to have to revise and redesign their project to be able to respond to that kind of a change. It's consistent with how we've looked at other projects that have other exclusive easement, if you will. I don't know that I could reel off the top of my head, but we do see projects with dedicated easement all the time for various things.
So again, if other projects came in, that had the easement on part of the property, be it a pipeline, we've had some of those. We have pipelines, we have Evergy and other places, of course, we have water lines.
Yes.
The practice of the city is to count that as open in the calculation.
In a development plan, yes. In conventional zoning, usually the lot design would be designed, and you see it in this project with the drainage easement on the backside toward the creek, where the lot line extends into that particular easement, and that becomes part of the residential lot. In this case, because it's a development plan and being able to move that street further away from the creek, that's how all of the land use assignments within the boundary of the project got assigned.
Can you talk about the stream corridor, stream buffer corridor regulations that we have in place now, if any, and how they would apply to this? Plan 2040 asks us, and I know in the new development code, we're working on some stream buffer, but what is in existence now?
Sure. Plan 2040 is exactly that. It is a plan. It is not a set of regulations. It is one of the criteria that we review projects against. Where we find regulatory language is either in the zoning code or other parts of the city code. The zoning code does not say thou shalt protect X amount of square feet to that specificity as it pertains to a stream corridor. This property is unique because it already has some land use entitlements. It's not raw ground in that it has been annexed, it has been zoned, it has been assigned a maximum cap of density. It can't go above 8 dwelling units per acre. As far as that stream corridor width, that falls more into municipal services and operations sections of the city code of what that has to be manipulated or protected.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion up here? Well, I will start us off. for lack of preempting. This is, I think it was said before, infill projects inevitably run up against conflict because of the nature of the project itself. And this one will take a little bit of extra review, and I was heartened to hear that that would happen through the public improvement plan, that and the drainage and sanitary sewer and things that will be reviewed later in the process. I know I've said it earlier that we have a bunch of qualified folks that work for us here at the city, and the city staff, our engineers, and I would leave it up to their professional capability to go ahead and make those determinations in terms of that technical plan. I also want to mention that we need housing. We do. A lot. I know, it's mentioned that, the optimum model is to build like 300 houses a year. We've been behind for a while. So we're playing a lot of catch up. So any opportunity we can have to get a project that meets density and, and is available to infrastructure so that we wouldn't have to necessarily annex and build that infrastructure out is something that, takes a second look. So for that and the fact that it's still pretty early in the review process, I am leaning towards, I would approve this project, so.
I'll go ahead and start with my comments. I don't want anybody to think that I like to save myself for last, so I can be center of attention and to ramble on for a long time. So a couple of thoughts that have come to mind as we've looked over this since April. Plan 2040 doesn't have infill development figured out. Never has. The ambiguity that lives in it is for us to use it in whatever way we need to. What it says in regards to historical pieces, to make sure that it keeps the character of the neighborhood. What it says in regards to repurposing commercial and residential space, make sure the infill should be used to repurpose commercial spaces. What it says for new development, whether it's tier 2, it says that if there's no infill projects available in tier 1, then we do things residential in tier 2. So infill's tossed in there. When I went to school, got my MPA, focused on housing policy, we talked about infill development. And the context of what we talked about infill development was a way to create housing equity. It's a way to create mixed income housing so that you had different price points within communities where individuals may have been divested in or marginalized, whether it was redlining, whatever you want to call it, racial covenants, all of that. So infill was a way to infuse different price points of housing into already set points of housing to encourage diversity of people, income, and housing types. Some of it was market rate, some of it was low income. Some of it was moderate income. We call it, I've heard all of it tonight, step up housing, push it up, workforce, moderate income, whatever catchphrase, buzzword, dog whistle you want to use to make it palatable for some so that we can get something pushed through. Use whatever you want. What it is mixed income housing. Sorry, I had these on to look at that, now they're bothering me. So, some of this, it kind of hurts me because this is things that I studied and went to school and it's now paying the government a lot of money back because it's near and dear to my heart how we talk about infill, not just in this community, it's nationwide. Nobody's got infill figured out because we talk about the NIMBYism and all of that, and we use that to pit city against community and neighborhoods against neighborhoods. It's not in my backyard, put it in your backyard. It's good for your neighborhood, it's not good for us. We need more of it out west because we have too much of it out east, and we're going to continue to cycle through this, okay? And we're going to continue to have more infill projects. And some I hope to vote on, some I probably won't vote on, because I take it more to heart. I dig into this a little bit more. And I've caught a lot of stray bullets about it. I've had people tell me, oh, you messed up. Oh, you did this. You don't like infill. You don't want to do anything for our community, which is not true. I just spent a lot of time studying in school to know that I don't take this as a one-off. And that whether it's a private developer or it's a private-public partnership or it's a partnership with the city, infill can work if it's the right project. Heard somebody say tonight, two things can be true. That is true. Two things can be true. This would make a wonderful infill project. This is not the project for that area. In my opinion, I've walked it. I walked it as a candidate. I've walked it because I live near the area, and I know people who live around the area. Is it a great project for someone to create housing? Yes. Is that the place for it? In my opinion, no, it's not. Because I look at different infill criteria, and we have to understand that housing policies, housing codes, are created in this country not centered with humans in mind, okay? Codes weren't created to satisfy human thought. It was to create structure and uniformity, and if we can check these boxes, then if it checks these boxes, it fits by definition. And everything around it may not make sense to it, but you know what? We check these boxes, so it works. That's kind of a traditional approach to things. Sometimes when we do traditional approaches, it doesn't work out, but because we're so used to that traditionalist thought of doing things in bureaucracy, then we say, oh, it works because we have infill in this document and it checks these boxes, so therefore the project has to be there. And for some people that works. For me, it doesn't, okay? So the current process isn't the only way. It just isn't. I heard someone talk about sustainability and policies for housing. You already heard my diatribe about that earlier this evening. I'm not even going to go there. Until we start making sustainability equitable across all policies, all departments, miss me with that one. And I don't know. I think last thing, if I wanted a $400,000 house, I damn sure don't want water in my backyard, whether it was intended or not. So that's my piece.
Well, I'll go ahead and go. You know, Ron, I agree with you. We need housing like crazy. We definitely do, and I appreciate that. And that it's a priority now with a lot of the projects that we're looking at. However, that doesn't mean we should not look at the whole picture. As Rob Richardson says, we need to look at all the facts, and that's how I take a look at this. As I went through the 9 items that staff had gone through in their staff report, I just found missing throughout it not enough facts to really, for me, to make a decision. Especially, it seemed to really skirt around the idea of the stormwater issue quite a bit. And I know they've talked, well, we're going to get to that later. We're going to get to that later, and we'll review it. And the developer, said, they're going to work with it to make that right. But staff consistently said throughout here that it meets all these criteria, but there's no discussion in here how the stormwater does. So there's just not enough facts for me. And that's why I was intrigued when Phil said that he would be willing to bring that back to us, once we get through that phase of the final plan. And that's where I'm at with it. I would like to see it back with all the information. Because there's, again, items in here. A good example is item number 2.2, where it says ensure the development can conveniently, efficiently, and economically be served by existing and planned utilities. Staff's answer was there's existing utilities. There was no discussion at all as to how it efficiently can meet the utility situation there. There's nothing. And those are the types of answers I saw throughout the 9 items that staff really kind of skirted the question. Another one is whether potential adverse impacts have been mitigated to the maximum practical extent. They never talked about water once. They just talked about the Evergy and how that was taken care of as a potential adverse impact. Nothing in here about the water situation. So I just found that the facts as stated in the staff report was lacking, and I would need more information before I can make a decision. If we can't get that, then I'm going to vote no.
So I'm confused. What is that? Are you saying that we should talk about it some more, or we should vote tonight and to bring some other information forward? Or that's what I'm trying
Yeah,
to...
if Phil is willing to bring that back for us to vote on it, not just to review it, to vote on it, then I'm more than happy to hold off and make that decision. But that's just one person, so.
Okay.
And it's just concerning like stormwater, like the drainage?
Well, I just want to see the whole plan. I want to see the detailed plan of what they come up with, their final plan.
But that usually comes after we...
I know, and that's why I don't, when staff answers these questions in here, they don't really explain how it meets the criteria. They just, it's pretty light answers. So I don't know how they can say positively it meets that criteria when they haven't put any data or facts in there that details how it meets that. They just said it does, but yet we're not going to know for sure until after the final plan comes.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank all the great presentation. It was almost 2 hours, I think. I was trying to count how many people had 3 minutes, but it was pretty impressive presentation of the facts as you see them. And I think there's a lot of supplemental information you provided to make this decision even harder for all of us. I want to focus on the one item which is before us, and that I believe that in spite of all of the warts, in spite of all the topographic issues, in spite of all of the potential stormwater issues, our job is to try to move forward with the implementation of these sorts of plans, whether or not whatever word you want to use to call it. I'm going to call it utilization of land that we already have infrastructure and utilities laid out to. And I feel like that's the kind of place that our city, a city who's wanting taxes to come in to help pay for all these great ideas we have in the future, I think this is one of those items that can help cover costs that we've already laid in place. Now, is it going to have a severe impact downstream? I don't know. I could not make that determination. I'm not a professional stormwater engineer. But I do examine properties for a living on a weekly and monthly basis, and I feel very comfortable that this fragile ecosystem that we've been talking about tonight has been, created by all the development that's around it. Specifically, almost every single neighborhood that drains into this watershed has, between 20 and 100-foot slopes. These are the kind of places that many of you live in this neighborhood, wouldn't want us to be building on because of the negative influence on stormwater. So most of the neighbors live in an area that has contributed significantly to the stormwater woes in this drainage shed, specifically the Deerfield Creek. And so I don't see this argument being over stormwater, frankly. I'm not an expert, but I do know a thing or two about this, and I feel like the focus needs to be on what do we want to do with unused land in our city, owned by other people, and the neighbors wish to preserve it for other purposes. And so our job isn't to pick a winner of this. I don't really know if there's going to be any winners in this, because it's been kind of a very difficult conversation for everyone. But for me, it makes sense to try to execute the plan. If a plan meets all the criteria, and I have to have faith and trust in the professionals in the organization. If for some reason that they're wrong, and we've been wrong before, then that's something that we have to consider in advance. But so far, these stormwater conveyances have worked pretty darn effectively for over 50 years. And I know some of you would disagree and argue about whether or not there should be water in your backyards, but I think it's been made clear by the professionals and other experts that I've talked to that these were designed for infiltration and overflow and excess flow from the stream corridors. So for me, this makes harder. It's more of an ecosystem. It's more of an environmental impact. It's an urban canopy. So I went out there and looked at the types of trees were out there. I surveyed them all. I counted up a majority of the larger growth trees, both through aerial photography and on-site reconnaissance. And I really feel like this is an area that can be enhanced But sitting there on its own, this habitat is going to reach its maximum carrying capacity, and it's going to start dying. And that's what's happening now. There's many trees that are in the stand that have been there for over 50 years, and they're dying, they're rotting, and they're falling apart. It's pretty common for this kind of Kansas woodland. So for me, this is not some special ecosystem for the community, although it is for the neighbors, and I want to honor that and respect the fact that this is in an area that is very difficult to develop, but it's not my job to tell developers where they can and cannot build. It's my job to interpret the code and interpret the rules, and I feel like everything that was presented to me seemed like it should be approved with certain considerations for the unknown questions that have been arisen today. But for me, I think we should move forward with these types of projects. It's going to make a lot of people angry. I feel like we need to have diversity in our housing base. I think we need to embrace duplexes, and I think multifamily housing in general as infill, and I believe this area, this corridor, this location is not necessarily going to be highly impactful to the community, but it is going to be impactful to the birds and the foxes and the hawks that I saw out there and all of the stuff I noticed in the stream. So, I mean, that is going to be a negative effect, but unfortunately, I can't make my determinations based on those, and so that's why I think I'm going to have to agree to move this forward.
A couple things. You know, in the last year or so, last 2 years, we've approved 2 projects, one in particular an infill project that made a lot of neighbors mad, and who had complaints about the infrastructure. You know, it is a preliminary plan, and by the time we got to the public improvement section of it, the public improvements was denied, and the project's never going to be built. So I talked to one of those people. I saw one of those people, and they said, "Well, I'm very, very mad at you, but it never got built, so I guess I can't stay mad at you." And that is how our process works, right? I mean, the process works in the way that you have to, before you get to the final plan, before you get to the point in which we know how the public improvements are going to work, you have to get to that point. And I hear Commissioner Lawson saying, you know, that she wants to see this when it comes back. Sounds like the developer's okay with that. I guess I'm fine with that. But I don't want to set the precedent that every time we do one of these, that every project comes back. But this is unique enough that, I'm fine with that if that is what Commissioner Lawson thinks. But I do think we do this, we have this process for a reason, to trust the development professionals to get that right, and trust our staff to get that right. And again, it could come out that the way, as Phil said, the public improvement plan could come out in a way that they can't build 14 of these, or they can only build 12 of them, or they decide they can't go ahead with the project. And again, that's a real-life situation that's happened. I talk about the calculation on density. I've looked at this, and I do think we have a long history in the 66 code using these PRDs, and we have consistently calculated easements in the open space and density requirements. That's how we've done it. Obviously, there's the language of the exclusive use in there, and people can argue what the exclusive use is. But again, if we made that decision, as Sandy said, if we sent this back and said we want to change the way we're doing that, we'd be creating probably some non-conforming uses across the city, and changing that process going forward. Although there's not a lot of 66 code land left, we've certainly done that before. And then again, the second argument on the second major point on the variance, again, depends on how you calculate that density, and I'm comfortable with the way they've done the density. I will say, under our new code, we're working on the new development code. We are working on stream corridor buffers. We're working on thinking about steep slope. And we haven't really decided what that might look like. As I asked Sandy, those aren't in the code now. They're only in Plan 2040. As we look at the code in the future, I think we all should be thinking about that. How should that look in the new code? And so that new code could have limits that would make this project more difficult on that end. The flip side, I would say, is under the new code as proposed, that allows for more density by right, that would change these districts, under most scenarios, that new code would make this project easier on the density side, easier on the development process side, but maybe harder on that corridor side. But as it exists now, I think it meets our code, and so I would support that. And if Commissioner Lawson would like it to come back for our approval on the final development plan, I can support that as well.
I'd like to, I'm sorry, could I add something?
Yeah.
One thing I didn't talk about, I talked about the concerns I had about how it met those 9 points. I didn't talk, though, about, there's a lot I like about this plan. I like the idea of a private street. Phil, I always like it when somebody else pays for infrastructure, so that's not bad. I like the duplex idea. I think that the plan could potentially work depending on how much density it can handle based on, the stormwater issue. But like I said, there's a lot that I do like about it, and I think this is a good area to try to get some infill, but how much, I don't know. So that's what I'd want to see more of.
Vice Mayor Dever, would you be fine with it coming back for us for the final development plan?
Certainly, I would hope that if we don't get a supermajority this evening, right? How many people do we need?
We need 4.
4, right.
Yeah.
So if we need so to keep things moving, I absolutely would be in favor of keeping things forward so we can at least see what could happen, and so we can start honoring some of our commitments to the community on these kind of changes. Yeah.
I would also, because as it stands, it doesn't look like we have 4.
Negative.
So, Phil, does that still stand?
It still stands. The way I understand it is that we will bring it back to you as a final development plan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm absolutely happy with that, yeah.
You've done that before.
We have.
Okay.
Not very often, but we have.
I know, but I've been a part of it before, so
Okay.
sorry about that. Yeah.
So how would we proceed from here?
I think I could make a motion with that as a condition.
Okay.
I'll look at Tony if I see how this motion goes. Move to approve the preliminary development plan, PDB 23-00266 for Fall Creek Villas, and approve the side yard setback reduction from the required 10 feet to the proposed 5 feet, based upon the findings of fact presented in the body of the staff report, and subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, with the additional condition of the final development plan returned to the City Commission for approval.
So moved.
We don't need to move it.
Second, sorry.
Second.
Second.
It's
Okay, we got a first and a second.
Sorry.
Hang on.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just heard a lot of chatter all at the same time. I heard a motion. Who's made the second?
Me, second.
Vice Mayor Dever.
Thank you.
All right, have a first and second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
4 ayes, 1 nay. Okay.
That's 4-1.
Time.
Yeah. We are running up against it, right? 11s are,
Our priority statement's next. Do you want to get through that, or?
yeah, I don't know. Can we knock out, what's that?
Next item could be takeaway.
or
Well,
do
we already got most of the priority statement done, or the legislative
Do we
statement
want to
done.
continue
Oh,
or
the
not?
HRC.
What?
Do we want to continue?
Yeah. Do you want?
Or just adjourn
Yeah.
and move things?
There's a whole
I think
other
we
item.
can do the
Priorities?
priorities, because
Just get it done.
Yeah. I mean,
Just do that.
Because the HRC thing's going to take,
this is,
been
the
waiting-
HRC is going to be
going to take
meaty.
a couple hours probably.
Yeah, we've been waiting 2 years on the HRC. Lynn, right?
1 week.
Oh, Lynn, poor Lynn. I'm so sorry.
She's had it done, but it's just.
I know, but she had to wait all this time
2
for it.
years. 2 years ago, she wrote
Okay.
this at least, 2 years. Right before COVID.
So,
As long as you start to decide that you can continue it for sure, and then you can make a decision that if you want to extend the meeting for that final one, or if you want to.
okay, all right, let's go ahead and start it then. Well, I think.
Legislative priority statement, is that what you're ready for?
Yeah, I think we lost Commissioner Sellers, though.
All right.
Are we good starting with 4 and she can just jump in?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right.
The
Items
Kansas,
are- What's that?
I was going to go ahead and start.
Oh, well, I was going to read it off.
Okay,
but-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't have to. You can go ahead and start.
Gosh, I'm a little rusty, I guess.
Yeah, that's all right. It's 10:45. You can-
All right, good evening, Commissioners. I'm Tony Wheeler, the City Attorney, and I have this item to present. On January 8th, the Kansas Legislature will reconvene in Topeka, and in years past, the governing body has adopted a legislative priority statement that identifies the priorities of the commission. And we send this statement to our delegation, and then it helps guide staff to give testimony on bills that might pop up that are consistent with the legislative priority statement. So we have drafted one for your consideration tonight, and like last year, we recommend that this statement express support for legislation, programs, and funding mechanisms that further the city's strategic plan and aligns with the League of Municipalities' Statement of Municipal Policy for 2024. This draft that you have before you tonight very closely resembles the one that we submitted last year, but there is one addition. In the third bullet point, the city requests that new legislation prohibiting the transporting of a person or persons experiencing homelessness across county lines in certain circumstances. We also wanted to report that Kevin Kelly from the Dwayne Peasley Technical Training Center has requested city support for Senate Bill 163. That bill relates to placing on a local Douglas County ballot the question of creating the Dwayne Peasley Technical Training Center District. And a copy of the bill and a letter of support prepared by Mr. Kelly is also attached. So staff tonight requests your feedback on this draft legislative policy statement, and then also if you could provide us with some guidance on how you would like us to respond to Mr. Kelly's request that the city support Senate Bill 163. I see him in the audience tonight, so he may also want to add additional comments. But with that, I'll pause and let you discuss the draft.
Okay. All right. Any questions on the draft?
Have we identified which outcome the new number 3 falls up under? Oh, not the new number, yeah, the new number 3. Sorry, I'm looking at the old one. Yeah, new number 3, since we were very laser specific with that one.
So,
We can.
Please do.
Yep. Yeah, if somebody could go ahead and speak to Commissioner Sellers' question.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I was just curious as to, we spent a lot of time crafting these very broad statements to connect with our outcomes for our strategic plan, as well as align it with the league. So I just was curious is this something that is part of a growing consensus among different municipalities? And so we're just following that lead, or are we striking out and being innovative and non-traditionalists and setting the tone?
I'll take a stab at it. I would say strong welcoming neighborhoods and safe and secure are both met by this. This has come up in our higher population counts of people that are experiencing homelessness that are coming here and reporting to us that they're traveling from other places to seek supports. We have anecdotal, but significant anecdotal, anecdotes of, it is almost 11 o'clock, of agencies dropping people off here. Thinking that we have resources to help provide supports. We may have more than they do, wherever these counties are that have done this, but we obviously are working very hard just to meet our own needs here. And so we think impressing upon the legislature that these are statewide issues. I think I heard you talk about some of these, reference some of those about this does need to be a statewide issue that we need help with. So do all the smaller communities around the state that are adjacent to us that might not have a stoplight. But they still have people that are coming into homelessness. So that was the motivation to try and put something on there. Brandon McGuire did offer this as a suggestion at the hearing that the legislature had as well. So that's really where it came from.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is that good for you, Commissioner Sellers?
I think that's very subjective. I think it'll do for what it needs to do.
Okay.
Can I ask Kevin Kelly to speak a little bit on the letter and what he sees happening in this legislative session on that?
Sure. Thank you. If this sounds familiar to some of you, we've had this legislation in process for 3 sessions now. But the purpose of it is to help create a long-term financial support for Peasley Tech from the county. And my request for a letter was really just that, a request to help support of our package of other letters that are also being put together to go forward with this legislation. And just to clarify, this is not a tax increase. This is a vote. It gives the voters of Douglas County an opportunity to decide if they want to have long-term support for Peasley Tech.
If this was to move forward, would there be any sort of information campaign just to let them know, like, kind of what this vote would entail and, more specifics down the road?
You mean if the legislation passes?
Yeah.
Yes. There would be, the county would publish it. We would, there would be there has been an ongoing communication effort throughout the county to make people aware of this for the last few years. And it would continue, going forward.
Yeah, sadly.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Kevin, a lot of this has just been stalled in committee the last few years.
Yeah, it just didn't get it above the line for a vote.
Above the line, yeah.
Yeah, and we really don't know if it will this time. But because it did come out of committee in the last session, it doesn't have to start over this time.
Right.
So.
Do you think it's going to retain its spot on the line? Do you have any?
Well, we have been told by people in the legislature that it'll come to a vote this session.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I've been rooting for this for several years, as you know, so.
Yeah, I appreciate the update.
Thanks for hanging in there.
So, you have my support.
Yes.
Other questions?
All right, are we out of questions?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, this is a public comment item. Any public comment on this?
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I'm gonna advocate the same way I've advocated the past few years. A few years ago, we had we expressed support for medical marijuana. Now we've eliminated that. It's just in the what is it, the municipality of cities or whatever, that statement, that's where the marijuana statement is. And it's not rec, it's medical. And if you read that, what's in the municipality statement or whatever, it's that we support, or I guess they support medical marijuana, and that they support cities being allowed to impose their own tax on that, which I have a problem with that, because if we're saying marijuana is medicine, why are we saying, well, cities should be able to impose even more tax? We're saying cities should be allowed to tax more than they usually do on medicine. I mean, do you think that's something we should be doing? Taxing more than you tax on a car, you tax on like electronics or whatever, you tax on food, you tax that on medicine. I mean, does that offends me. It offends me to be taxing something that's supposed to be medicine higher, like we tax it like it's alcohol. That's absolute bullshit. So if we're going to have a statement about medical marijuana, we shouldn't be asking to impose taxes. We should be asking that we do not impose any tax, because it's medicine, and we should not be taxing medicine. I mean, we don't want to tax food because it's stuff people need. Well, people need medicine. So I just want to throw that out there. But we need medical, we need recreational. And I want to make the case why Lawrence should support recreational, because do you know how many people I know that have driven to Kansas City to go to the dispensaries? Now I ask this, if our smoke shops were selling marijuana, how much money would that mean for the city of Lawrence for those people to be spending their money at our local smoke shops instead of driving to Kansas City to go to their dispensaries? I'm saying, of all the cities in Lawrence, or of all the cities in Kansas, I think Lawrence would benefit the most from recreational marijuana, except maybe Kansas City suburbs. But and it's also, look at our jail. We're saying our jail's overcrowded. Doesn't that mean we need to eliminate laws we don't need? We need to legalize marijuana, and that should be on our priority statement, because we also lowered the fine to $1. So we tried throwing out a statement to the states and do it with our legislative priorities.
All right. Looks like no more in here. Sherry, any online? Or in the Zoom world?
No, Mayor.
All right, bringing it back. Any further discussion on this one?
I'm fine with it. Add that letter, or have a letter.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Agreed.
I think we all seem fine on the letter. If you needed any direction on it, it seems good with us.
I think it's part of the motion. We can make it part of the motion.
Yeah.
Motion, yeah.
I would look for a motion.
Real quick, Kevin, when you say a letter of support, are you just meaning written testimony, or are you just wanting a letter of support that's going to be passed around to different?
It'll be part of a packet to the legislature.
The legislature,
for
okay.
The legislative support.
Okay. Thank you.
So I move to adopt the 2024 legislative priority statement and approve the letter attached to the staff report in support of SB 163.
Second.
All right. I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Sounds like 5 of us, aye. None opposed. All right. Now the decision on number 4, HRC. We are at almost 11. So I think I see one for calling it.
Yeah, I think this needs a good, robust discussion, and I'd hate to do it at 11 o'clock.
We need
Yeah.
fresh heads on this.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
My eyes are fresh, but Liv, whatever works for you.
Yeah. So Sherry, should just a motion to adjourn, or should?
Or do we move to defer?
I
Yeah.
think on this one, since we're not quite to 11, it'd be best to defer this item.
Okay.
And adjourn. I'm
Okay.
assuming that then you'll be at 11.
Okay.
Mayor, I move that we defer this agenda item to our January 2nd meeting.
Okay.
Second.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
but we will not have staff here on the 2nd or the 9th, so my understanding is it's going to have to be the 16th.
Wait, we won't have staff here? But I have to be here?
Yeah,
So you said which day?
the 16th. I
Okay.
apologize.
So I will amend my motion to have this deferred to the January 16th meeting.
Still second?
Yep, second.
Second. All right, I have a first and a second to defer to the January 16th meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
There's none opposed, 5-0. And now, motion,
Move to adjourn.
okay.
Oh, we're not going,
Unless you, I mean, just like read the roll. What?
So we're just taking 4 off and then F,
Yeah.
G, H, and I are gonna
We can try to knock them out real quick. if you
It's
want.
11 o'clock.
I mean,
Yeah, move to adjourn.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
On the floor. Is there a
Yeah,
right,
there is a motion on the floor.
Motion on the floor to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Second.
Told you it's 11 o'clock.
Vice Mayor Devers, second.
That's 3 times.
happy holidays, folks.
All those
Aye.
in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are
Second.
a little bit loopy.
Second.
None opposed. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your
Second.
patience.